Hello, Penguin. Nice lunch in the cafe down the street. Hi, Sob. That wasn't exactly my lunch plan for today, but thank you. Hello, 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 Itzy. Hello, Calder. Hello, REQ. Hello, hello. When AI profitability illusion collapses, where will the money flow? What's your bet? I have no idea. I think it's gonna take a while though, isn't it? I mean, the crypto bubble lasted for a while, and with all due respect, it was almost entirely not useful at all to the general public. So AI is a lot more useful to the general public, and if you will, also more futuristic feeling. All the people convinced that the LLM is sentient and whatnot. So I don't know. I feel like it's gonna take a while. Has the crypto bubble even finished? I don't know, but I would say so. I mean, the people that want to do crypto, they're doing crypto, and you don't see any more, companies that have really nothing to gain from crypto, um, trying to get into crypto for no reason whatsoever. Yeah, AI has essentially sucked up all that energy. So I don't know. I mean, like everybody, right? I mean, it's an objective truth that you would want things to not be a bubble, regardless of the subject. Um, unless you're the main beneficiary of that bubble, right? um, but yeah, I don't know. I guess at some point things will stabilize. I hope so, but I don't want to be too optimistic about it in terms of like the time frame. I guess you would need to see LLMs start plateauing, all the hustling to be mostly like all the people trying to play the market around it be mostly done, whether they won or lost. Right, this last $1 trillion valuation. You know what? I think that is somewhat unlikely. By the way, check this out. Well, okay. Layoffs 80 employees in Israel. That is sure one thing. Um, but I had more than that because they don't only have an Israel uh, branch. After record revenue news. Oh, despite 300 million revenue run rate. Well, but you don't know how much they spending. There you go. Yeah, there's the official announcement from the Genius CEO. Yeah, they had layoffs, like 200 roles globally. Redis is profitable? Hard to say. I don't know. I would guess no, at least before the layoffs. Maybe yes after the layoffs. I don't know. I would say just in general, Redis is not doing too hot. I just put it that way. Did you move from Arc to Zen? I did. I bit the bullet. I think that the Zen people are doing an admirable job. The UI is any interactions are overall way more polished than I expected, and I feel like they have almost nothing to envy what Arc had. They are clearly stealing shit, like copying it one to one, which they should. That's good, and they do a good job at that. There may be minor things that I preferred in the other version, but yeah, so that's good. Firefox is Firefox. Databases as a service run the entire world economy. Yeah, but as far as this one goes, I don't know, man. um. Okay, so what are we doing today? Um. I have received some bug reports for Zine. These are not things that I have regressed this time, so that's good. Hello, Quint. So that's good. We don't have regressions as far as I know, but I guess there are just more users who are, noticing bugs and kinks in how things work. And so let's try to tackle these. So essentially, these are the four issues that I want to tackle today. Um, by the way, Quid, for your taxonomy PR, let me give you maybe one update since I've been just letting it there rot for a long time, and I will leave it there to rot for a while more. Um, I I do plan to take on that use case, and um, it's almost certain that I will not just say no, sorry, not interested. I'm dropping this. Um, what I will do will probably be something slightly unorthodox. So it's I have yet to look in depth in your implementation. So I will do so, and I will probably try to do something slightly unorthodox when it comes to taxonomies compared to maybe other static site generators. But I think that something that will something that will help people just more easily scaffold. I want to make a new blog post. Please do the boilerplate for me. That kind of stuff. I think that I will be able to provide some good enough solution at least for 80 to 90% of the people. We'll see. In any case, my point is I don't know. Um, use your fork in the meantime, and then thank you for keeping the PR up, and I'll look into it at some point. Yeah. No, it's fine. I'm actually like, even though I am not actively, you know, getting it to a final state, I do want to keep it there as a to do item, and I hope that you don't mind. I mean, you know what? If you for some reason find it annoying, and at some point you want to close it, feel free, obviously. But I will get to it. Okay, so By the way, today is the last day that I'm gonna be here because tomorrow I am going to fly to Boston for Systems Distributed and the Zig Day that happens the day before the conference. So uh, I'll be back in a bit. Like I'll stay there. I think kind of a week. So yeah. In the meantime, I have learned more about Radical, and I mean, I already understood enough to understand that it was a compelling idea. But now I looked at all the their RFCs, their proposals, and like let's say the more formal documents about how it's supposed to work, and I'm starting to wrap my head around exactly the necessities of how peer-to-peer communication works. I know what peer-to-peer means in general, but I don't have experience working on anything peer-to-peer. So a lot of these things are like things that once I read them, I realize, oh yeah, that makes sense. But then that is not, otherwise immediately clear to me because of previous experiences. So more in general, um, yeah, no, it's really cool. I really think that Radical is the right way, or rather, peer to peer is the right way of doing sustainable um, code sharing. It is, in my opinion, the exit. Uh, it's the key to exit the endless cycle of, oh, there's this centralized thing that shoulders all the traffic, and oh no, now it got bought by Microsoft, and now it's gonna turn into shit, and or alternatively Codeberg, where Codeberg is a nonprofit, so financially is significantly more robust than GitHub. Um, but at the same time, the way they work, there are constraints that are specific to their choices that are necessarily pushed onto you, the user. For example, they are banning LLM generated repos, like repos where there's just one guy with a bunch of agents. Um, and they're also banning crypto repos, and especially for crypto, as in cryptocurrencies. Um, and um, well, the LLM one especially, I think, is understandable. They have limited resources, and LLM projects are like resource hungry in the sense that the effort that it takes for somebody to make a huge project is relatively small because they have the LLM the agent that does a lot of work, and agents are also resource hungry because part of the loop that makes the agent actually make progress involves uh, testing, involves essentially running CI. It doesn't strictly have to be like that, right? But that's how it also tends to play out. So I guess one of the reasons why GitHub is having issues as of late is because they are probably being hit by the vast majority of this kind of extra activity. I think that is not an excuse for how broken everything is. I think they are also vibe coding themselves stuff and breaking things in the process. But they are certainly being hit by huge growth of free accounts, free usage, or maybe also not only free, also paid usage. But in any case, um, Codeberg has it makes total sense for Codeberg to want to protect themselves from that kind of stuff. That being said, they are excluding certain things, and um, for example, the crypto projects one also, I guess that for them it's an ethical thing. They just don't like crypto, and so they don't want to have anything crypto related on the on Codeberg. Because I don't think that crypto is affected. Like I don't think that crypto repositories tend to be uh, would cause the same kind of issues that LLM fully agentic coding projects might. I might be wrong though. Maybe there is a correlation there that I'm just not aware of, and so maybe they are essentially isolating these two things for that. Non-profit org in capitalism. Well, the concept of a non-profit, if you think about it, can kind of only exist in a context where profit is a thing. So yeah, non-profits do exist in capitalism. You might want to Penguin, you might want to reevaluate your opinion on those things. There are definitely non-profits that suck. There are definitely non-profits that are essentially just, maybe saying money laundering schemes is too strong of an expression, but there are certainly um, created for a variety of non-important issues, but reasons. But non-profits are a pretty cool way of structuring a company, an organization. Like, you decide how you want to structure them, by the way. Like, capitalism is an extremely wide term. You can have you can have businesses, for example, that are owned by the people who work there. You can have all kinds of different arrangements, and depending on what you're trying to achieve and like the specifics of your situation, those things can be absolutely great ideas. Like, even when you say a company in general, even saying a normal company, there's still variability in there in the way that the bylaws work, and who gets what and whatnot. So um it's all part of the same it's all part of the same area, domain of how you organize a company. Why are their several co-founders secret? What? I have no idea what you're talking about. If you have a reference link, I'll take a look, but I don't know what you're talking about. It's yeah, no, I'm not gonna Google. It's a German EV, so by German law, I don't think they can have secret co-founders. I think that the best that they can do is make it not extremely easy for you to find their private home address. But I sincerely doubt that German law allows them to create a nonprofit with any kind of secret founders. Like, this is absolutely tinfoil hat territory. How would Radical plus CI flows work? Do they have a better approach to it than we do now? Um, I guess the question is mainly about how is your CI system set up. I can give you one answer, which is not the absolute answer. It is what it is available today, and maybe I can expand on that a little bit. But as far as I know, there's this service called Radical.garden. This is so they're not special. They just happen to be somebody who has done the work to make these a reality. But they you pay them $5, €5 a month, and they host a always on seeding Radical node for you. So you essentially, you want to have an always on node, you can self host it, obviously, or you can have them do that as a service to you. They have support for CI. I believe in one main way. They have webhooks. So every time you push to your repository, every time they receive an update, so you push to your node, either you push directly to this node, or in any case, you let the network know that there's a new version, and they eventually, which shouldn't take long, but after a while, they pull your changes. Your changes reach them, and then they emit a webhook request notification, and then your third party CI can pick that webhook notification up and run the job. Now, this is not. This is obviously interfacing with external things, and it's essentially offloading CI to a third party. I believe they are also working on their own CI system. And when it comes to CI, they also have this thing where, um, so for issues and PRs, let's talk about issues because issues are simpler to reason about. Issues are objects stored in Git. So when you create an issue or you pull issues, you're not using some kind of server somewhere that hosts these issues, like it's the case with GitHub and Codeberg. You instead are interacting with state in Git on your local machine. And that allows you to work on issues offline. And then once you when you push, you also push changes to an issue object. And using Git and using a system called CRDTs, which essentially is a way of merging changes that happen asynchronously. Essentially, you append a new comment. Maybe somebody else commented it also, so their comment is also appended. Then maybe somebody added a label, assigned the issue to somebody. So all these changes get aggregated together, resolved into let's say correct timeline, and then displayed aggregated for you when you sync with the network, when you push your changes and receive other people's changes. On a similar fashion, and this whole concept is by design extensible. So issues are come built in with Radical, but this concept of, I think they call them collaborative objects, COBs. I think it stands for collaborative object. So you can do the same with other blobs of data that have the semantics that you decide. Obviously, people, to be able to use that other thing that you're doing, they would need to install probably tooling that is able to understand and display these things, whatever these things are. So you can imagine like a task system, maybe a Kanban system with Kanban boards, for example. When it comes to CI, there's also a CI job collaborative object. Now, I don't know if Radical, if the webhook system that I just mentioned is in any way integrated with that system. I don't know. This is like still work in progress stuff. I believe that the WebSocket, the webhook stuff 100% works. It's essentially just pinging an external CI service, so that obviously works. The other like more integrated stuff, I think, is still work in progress, and I don't know to what degree it is like really genuinely actively running versus being more experimental. I think it's somewhere in between. Like, I don't think they consider it generally available, but I think I saw a blog post where somebody was showing stats of their system actually running the CI thing and like displaying stats over time. So the way that this other like more integrated, more native system would work is that essentially, as I said, basically the CI system is more integrated with Radical, and so it understands that it needs to pick up jobs from the job type of collaborative object, the job instances that it finds in the repo, and then it updates them with the end result of the run, and probably links to logs somewhere, artifacts somewhere, that kind of stuff. So that means that you will be able to inspect, or at least know a little bit about jobs that have happened in the past, because like the job, the CI state of a given commit or of a given branch, for example, maybe of a given PR, if you decide to run jobs for PRs, and you will be able to inspect that even offline. Maybe not all of it, because maybe, if the CI run, let's say, deploys an environment somewhere, it's a web thing maybe, and it deploys a preview of the website for that PR, then obviously you're not going to have that offline automatically. But at least you will see that, for example, CI is green for a given PR, even if you are offline. So that all makes sense. So yeah. Combination of the original vision of Git along with the more modern vision with centralized hosts. I think it just makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I honestly I don't know what the original vision of Git was precisely. I wasn't there. I haven't read enough, but I could see that being true. But yeah, Radical is a lot more stuff on top of Git. Like it's nice how well Git can be leveraged by it, because there's a lot of stuff that they did not have to reinvent, because they can just straight up use Git as a protocol, as a storage, and it just automatically works. It dovetails also really well into uh, verifying the authenticity of what you get from the network. And it's very straightforward. Like it all seems to me very straightforward. Um, once you read exactly how it works. Um, but yeah, do you agree that blog post killed Zig? Yeah, Zig is dead. In fact, this is actually my last stream, and I'm just gonna announce that yeah, it's over. There was one blog post. I don't know what blog post you're referring to. Like, are you talking about Andrew's blog post, or are you talking about some other blog post? Are you saying that Andrew's blog post killed Zig? If so, yeah, well, it's the end of story. So yeah, enjoy this last stream, guys. I'm also going to delete Zine, of course. Also, I don't even know why I'm talking about Radical. Maybe I'm going to worry about it for my. I have to pick a new language to start using. I'm thinking about Radical for my Lisp projects. Where does Codeberg find enough money to pay off 1,050 euros monthly? I think that the operating costs for Codeberg are probably higher than this. You might be wrong because I haven't looked into it deeply, but I suspect that it's probably higher than this. Remember, we live in capitalist economy where money matters in every single detail. What? Yes. Again, Penguin, you clearly do not understand what a non-profit organization is. I don't know how else to tell you. Your whole thing is like you have a cartoon-like understanding of how these things work. The Zig Software Foundation is a non-profit. The running costs of the Zig Software Foundation are higher, significantly higher than 1,050 euros per month. I get a monthly salary paid by the Zig Software Foundation. We do work to find money. A nonprofit organization is not an organization that doesn't acknowledge that money exists. It's an organization that is just structured in a way where you cannot take dividends from it. So the company will make money somehow by selling services, by selling goods, by obtaining donations. And then they are required by the law to use that money to pursue the mission statement. So the Zig Software Foundation has the money, and they have somewhat public, well, mostly, let's say entirely public finances. So you can find information about the finances of the Zig Software Foundation online. We are required to spend money only on the mission statement, so we can only spend money on doing activities related to pushing forward, developing the Zig programming language, and Andrew is not allowed to take money away from the company as dividends, and and just pay himself extra money, and then just do whatever he wants with it. That is what a non-profit organization is. If you have a non-profit, if you have a for-profit organization, then you have to sell goods or services or accept donations, maybe to get money. You have to pay taxes. Another nice thing about non-profit organizations is that it's a status that it's generally granted only to organizations that tend to do things that are considered good for the public. So and because of that, let's say the government agrees to not extract taxes from you as an organization. So if you have a for-profit organization, instead you sell goods, you sell services, you maybe get donations, but then you have to pay taxes on that money. But then you can do whatever you want with that money. Obviously, some of that money will necessarily have to go towards sustaining your ability to sell goods or sell services or accept donations, because you need to keep the money, the stream of money coming in alive. But then past that, you can do whatever you want. So if I have a for-profit company and I want to, and that for-profit company has $1 million in the bank, I can decide tomorrow that I want to take out of it $100,000, give them to myself because I'm the owner, and or because I'm a stakeholder, whatever. Yeah, I'm a shareholder or whatever, and now I take the money and I do whatever I want with them. I buy a new car. With the Zig Software Foundation, this last thing is not possible. That's it. That's it. Nonprofits are normal companies that exist in capitalism, whatever that means. Like that is entirely it. But dollars spent to make products better. Yeah, that's one way of saying it. So that is the main limitation. But in exchange, you don't have to pay taxes. If you really care about making the thing happen, it's a pretty nice boost not having to pay taxes in exchange for this restriction. And in fact, this restriction is not even that bad because, obviously, um, I guess it's nice to be able to take money away from the company and do whatever you want with them, or at least having the ability to do so. But the fact that you're legally prohibited from doing it, it means that the people that donate to your organization can be confident that their donation is guaranteed to go towards the thing that they care about, and instead it's not going to be diverted towards some other random shit. So yeah, capitalism would be better if every company had to be nonprofit. I don't think I agree with this statement. I would agree though with the statement that nonprofit is a underutilized tool, and if the public was more conscious of the deal that they're getting with a nonprofit versus the deal that they are getting with a not just a for-profit company, but even worse, if you will, with a startup. Like if people understood how dangerous startups are for the consumer, not for the people involved. I mean, there are obviously gambles also for the people involved, but I think that ultimately they're a huge gamble also for the consumer. If you depend on a startup product and the startup tomorrow decides to pivot or just fucking dies, and then you're left with nothing. So yeah, I think there should be more nonprofits because it's an effective tool. But I don't think that capitalism would be better if companies were forced to be that way, because you cannot cancel out the energy that goes into other types of endeavors just by making it a restriction. You would still in a world where you make every company a nonprofit, you will still have Jeff Bezos, you will still have Elon Musk, and these guys will wake up every single morning trying to do not what you want them to do, and that wouldn't be enough to stop them. I don't even know what would be, and ultimately, I think that in general, not being restrictive when it's not strictly necessary is better. I personally enjoy the freedom that you tend to have in democracies with capitalism. But yeah, regardless, even if you had more restrictions, these guys are gonna be born. They're gonna wake up every morning, and they will not do what you want them to do. That is for sure. I saw that you use AFL Plus for fuzzing in Super HTML. Yes, I did. Then switch to Zig native fuzzing. How does native fuzzing compare to AFL++? I tried native fuzzing. It is not ready yet, though. So I would say this. In terms of user experience and complexity of setting it up, native fuzzing in Zig is going to be miles ahead. In a sense, already is miles ahead than having to mess with AFL++. But on the other hand, our native fuzzer is still work in progress. It is missing some key heuristics that AFL has that makes it, at least for my use cases, essentially useless in comparison. So, uh, what I would say is, if you need fuzzing today, go continue fuzzing with AFL++. I think at some point, yeah, I ripped out the AFL++ stuff, considering going full Zig, but then I reverted my changes. Like I now have back again the AFL++ harness active. I think in Super HTML, but also in other projects. So not quite there yet, but we're getting there. If an entire programming language can be killed by a couple of blog posts, it did not deserve to live in the first place. Yeah. Well, I guess well, but the commenter before said that Ziggy is dead because of that blog post. So I don't know how to square these opinions. Okay. Mm-mm. Zig is a great language already, but the standard library docs.io is what prevents a lot of people from seriously investing in it, including myself. Well, yeah, because the focus of development has been mainly about designing the language, which is not entirely done because there are still open proposals that do touch upon language semantics. But the majority of things you could say are in place. Um, Certainly, at least when it comes to user surfacing things. So it's not likely that a update to the you updating the compiler version will have some keyword that you're using be obsoleted or replaced with something else. It can happen. Keywords has been a while. The only thing that happened a while ago was removing async and await as keywords. The built-ins do change. They are like borderline. They're part of the language, but they are definitely more in flux. But yeah, but the majority of things, yeah, they're set in stone because a lot of development effort went there. Then the tool chain also was, if you will, the second uh, point of focus, and that also has has gone far because a lot of effort was spent there. The standard library, that part is still a lot more in flux. The standard library is not yet the main focus of development. And for example, IO is a big change. Like, it's also innovative. Like, nobody has the async IO system that Zig has. So I'm not saying that no other language is able to achieve the same, roughly speaking, end result. I'm sure that other languages can do it too. But the specific formula, if you will, that we have in Zig, that is absolutely innovation, and that implies some churn. Before that, cross compilation required some churn as it was being designed and figured out. In part also because other C compiler tool chains just don't do cross compilation well. So as you do these things, some churn is kind of necessary. I mean, it would, maybe there are people out there who can one shot these designs, then, which is awesome, but we are not capable of doing that. We can do a lot, but just not one shot anything that complicated or new. So yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense for you to be in that position, and that is, it's par for the course. Zig has always been in this situation, and the way it worked is that in the beginning there was like a very tiny circle of people that could really enjoy Zig because they would, get more of it out of it than they would have to put in. And then over time, this circle has expanded and expands and expands and expands. But at any point in time, there is somebody who is inside this circle and somebody who is outside. And, you could argue that once we reach 1.0 and everything is stable, the circle will be big enough that you could argue everybody's in it, although that's strictly not true, but, it's true enough. But we're not there yet. We are in the process of making the language. And so whoever is using Zig today is, by definition, an early adopter. And at any point in time, there's going to be somebody for whom the language is still too early. They might be an early adopter, but they're not as early. So you are not in a position that is the result of bad work. You are in a position that has to exist, that has existed for the whole existence of the Zig project, and it is impossible for it to be otherwise. I guess my point is, don't stress about it. Keep an eye out for the state of development of Zig, and once you feel like that the water has warmed enough for you, then take the plunge, jump in. But in the meantime, it is what it is. It's part of the deal. You cannot escape from it. I feel like ZSF has shifted its focus to wrong directions lately. Field C, memory safety, and whatnot. That is also another point. On this point, I strongly disagree. Zig needs to stop and trying to be something that it's not. This last point, I can tell you with full confidence, is the result of a misunderstanding. You are misunderstanding what Zig has always been trying to do, and you're interpreting it in the wrong way. Let me give you some context. Today, if you compile your Zig code in release safe, and you have a untagged union, so a union that is not supposed to have a tag in it, a union that you are supposed to know which is the active case for other reasons, that non-tagged union will still have a hidden tag union in it. So it will still have a hidden tag in it. And in release safe, every time you access a untagged union, the runtime, the machine code around that field access will check the hidden tag. And if the hidden tag doesn't match what you were trying to access, you get a panic. That's a safety feature, which is part of release safe. Its hidden behavior, it is justified by the fact that, unions in Zig do not have a well-defined memory layout, precisely because that allows the compiler to add hidden fields if it wants to, reorder things around. And so you're not supposed, as a user, to rely on, where things is going to be in memory inside of that union. That is different from extern unions. Extern unions are unions that are supposed to be ABI compatible with C. So setting those aside, so you can have whatever you want, but setting those aside, normal unions do not have a well-defined memory layout, precisely so that Zig can squeeze in a hidden tag in safe modes. Now, is this against the philosophy of Zig? No, it has always been there. It's a build mode that you decided to opt into or not, depending on your needs. So you decide what you want, and ultimately, it is a very useful tool also for people who plan to then make release fast builds for production use, because you will want to run your tests in debug mode, which also has this check. You will want to run your fuzz tests in release safe, because you want your fuzz test to crash if a fuzz input hits a bug of that kind. So they're all complementary, and none of these things excludes the other. In debug builds, you have memory that gets initialized, undefined initialized memories to 010101 to like a 01 pattern, which makes it easier for debuggers when debugging to recognize when you're looking at a undefined value. On top of that, debug builds also have extra code that detects when you're running the executable in Valgrind, and it even notifies Valgrind that a given chunk of memory is now supposed to be undefined. There is a lot of hidden behavior, but it's all optional. You add it in when you're making a debug build, or when you're making a build where you're happy to trade runtime performance for extra safety. And then if you don't want to do that, you don't do that, and then you make a release fast build. Field C is the same, absolutely the same exact thing. It's just more sophisticated. Field C is a build mode that you can target to essentially, if you will, quote unquote, have those hidden tags that I mentioned in unions also exist for pointers in general, to guarantee that a pointer access points to what you expect it to point and that it has not been freed. I'm simplifying a little bit. Field C is ultimately, to pull off what Field C does, you have to be definitely way more invasive with the generated machine code than what you would have to do for just tagged unions. But it is the same exact concept. It's just taken one step further. And lastly, here's the thing: you want it. You like you might have reasons to want to use it in testing, in maybe when fuzzing, maybe in CI, maybe when making canary deployments. I don't know. But then if you don't want it, you just select release fast or release small as your build, and you don't have it. Actually, even release safe wouldn't imply all of field C. I suspect. I guess this is still an open question because it's up to us to it has still to be designed, this part. But I can imagine that there's gonna be let's call it release field, release safe, and release fast, and then you pick your degree of speed versus safety trade off that you want to make, and that is awesome. That there's literally nothing that you're giving up by doing this. It's not like it's a change of direction in the design. It's exactly the same ideas from before. To this point, we have had for a long time an open issue for having a build mode that checks all illegal behavior, or if you will, undefined behavior. The issue has been open for a long time. There was no concrete plan attached to it. And if anything, if you wanted to make a criticism, you could have said, well, yeah, you guys have this, hopeful issue open, but chances are that you're never going to be able to pull it off. And no, turns out that field C is one way of pulling it off. So this is it. This is really it. So Zig is not a language that is meant to be unsafe. It's a language that it's meant to not restrict your ability to make use of the hardware. That is it. Not at the language level. And at the language level, Zig does not. But instrumenting your executables with stuff that you can optionally have it's literally only to gain, nothing to lose. Think of it, yet another way of thinking of it. It's like essentially, would running a Zig executable under Valgrind be antithetical to what the language does? No. I mean, running all Zig executables unconditionally, always under Valgrind, yeah, would be kind of throwing away the baby with the bathwater. But I've run my executables under Valgrind to understand what the fuck was going on. Case in point, the last time I did this was when I was depending on the GitHub CMark GFM Markdown parser because they have fucking UB in it. I discovered that thing had UB. I couldn't understand why my static site generator would have trouble sometimes parsing certain Markdown constructs. And it turns out that they had UB in it, and I was triggering it. Running it on Valgrind, discovered the bug, and so then I patched the CMark parser and I fixed it. And by the way, another good genius thing, if you will, about field C is this is not just for Zig code. This is also for your C dependencies without having to modify them. That is awesome. If I have had, think about it this way, if I've had release field available to me in Zig at the time, I would have found the bug immediately. I would not have to realize that the bug was the result of UB and then have to run it under Valgrind to realize that one of my C dependencies had UB. I would have probably at least run tests with that stuff enabled, and the test would have told me right away, instantly, that the test crashes because UB was hit in the CMark parser. So to be clear, you're not the only person who has said this. So you are, the whole mess that happened recently has certainly made it harder for us to communicate effectively why certain things are done. But really, it's an absurdly sound plan. That being said, if you have precise criticism, I'm happy to hear it, and I'm happy to to answer something more precise in case that you feel like my answer it has not convinced you. But as a general thing, it's absolutely in scope, part of the design since the beginning, just a good tool to have on your tool belt, and at the expense of nothing. If you will, here's what I will say. I think it would be a lot more fair to see with suspicion if we started adding keywords for tracking lifetimes in Zig, because um because yeah, having keywords that track lifetimes and having let's say semantics in the language that are not a direct mapping to, giving instructions to the machine essentially, I can see that as being more suspicious. And um and uh I wouldn't say it's necessarily categorically guaranteed to be a bad idea, although I would pose the chances that we're ever gonna track lifetimes in Zig to be extremely low, especially in the light of field C. Like if you have field C, then having stuff to track lifetimes, well, it would give you stuff, but it would be essentially lifetimes versus nothing is a more compelling deal than lifetime versus PLC. There is something to gain from lifetimes, even when you have PLC, uh, but it's less than what you would gain if you had nothing as the only alternative. Um, so yeah, I'm not necessarily entirely against ideas like PLC, but somehow they feel niche enough to explore them later after getting to 1.0. Okay, I think that is a fair uh, opinion. Absolutely. That's I mean, that's not what we're going for, but yeah, of course. Do we think we're gonna get errors like Rust has? You mean like with error codes and whatnot? I think the answer is that I really don't know. It's I think that like systematically polishing errors that way is a thing that will happen a bit in the future, and I don't think there is any strong opinion in that regard today. Um, I I am aware of what you mean. I think other people in the core team are as well. Um, but yeah, but we don't know at the moment. Okay. So well, I'll say one last thing with regards to radical, and then maybe I'll do some work on, unless there are like questions. But or rather, I'll do some work as I answer questions if there are any. But um, I've joined the Radical Zulip, and I started inquiring what it would take um, to add native Radical support in the Zig package manager. And in the process, I got a nice reply, and also in the process, I realized that some things I had the wrong idea about. One thing that I really like about Radical is that it's really a good way to. It's funny because I'm going back to what Penguin was saying. It really helps put into focus exactly who is it that pays for what. Um, the idea of having a peer-to-peer network for sharing code is, in my opinion, probably the only right way of making this stuff happens, especially in light of where things are going nowadays. And it definitely has well, it obviously has some disadvantages compared to GitHub and Codeberg, to just name one complexity. But man, I just cannot imagine how this whole thing could work sustainably without having the never-ending cycle of, oh, this thing exists and they're shouldering all the costs, and now it's too much, and now they got bought or whatever, and so now they're in shitifying, or it's a nonprofit and the nonprofit has their own ideas about things, and so certain things are just not allowed for reasonable um, reasons, or not. But then what the priorities of that organization are might not be the same as the ones that you have, and so you either buy in their ideology, or essentially that platform is just not for you. um and what I like about Radical is that every node in the system decides what it wants to replicate or not. And if what you want to replicate is a thing that enough people care about, then you and the other people that care about you will replicate those things, and they will be available to also other users. And if at some point nobody wants to replicate a given thing, then that given thing just never gets replicated, and and that's it. Or if it's only you who cares about that thing, like going back to what Codeberg was saying about LLM projects, they were saying that there's some LLM projects that have like 0 users and they just consume a huge amount of resources. um with Radical, if that is you, yeah, you do it. You seed your own thing, and as long as you do, great. And then if ever at some point pops up a second person that cares about your stuff, they will be able to use it. And if at some point you're tired, or you whatever, your AI psychosis has ended, or I'm joking, but whatever happens, like if at some point you stop, then that's the end of it, and life goes on. So it's I really think that it all makes sense. Now, here's one thing that I misunderstood as I was writing this. My idea was, well, it would be cool. Also, here's another reason why Radical is interesting, in my opinion, hugely compared to like self-hosting for Joe. Right now, I have my projects. Like, let's just look at Zine. My zone file, I have a bunch of dependencies. Some of them are on GitHub. This one is on a self-hosted Forjo, and this one is on Codeberg. So if GitHub is down because it sucks, you cannot build Zine unless you already have that dependency. If Codeberg is down because they definitely are having growing pains, you cannot build Zine. If this self-hosted Forjo goes offline for whatever reason, you cannot build Zine. Or, well, in this case, it's a lazy dependency that only applies to macOS. So you will be able to build Zine for non-macOS targets, but you will not be able to build it for macOS unless you are on a Mac machine. So, well, that sucks. And if you think about a future where more people self-host Forjo, man, that is not great, because if you have a dependency on 2, 3, 5 different hosts, the more dependencies you have, or rather the more different hosts you depend on, essentially, the higher the chances that at a given point in time at least one is offline. And that also obviously applies for your transitive dependencies. So here we are seeing only my direct dependencies, but these dependencies, some of them will have further dependencies, more dependencies. And so, if they too have have a mixed bag of hosts that they depend on, then that also increases the chance of this build failing. So Radical has this awesome property that if you depend on a Radical repository, the ID of that repository is not a location where to fetch it. You have the ID, and then the network tells you where to fetch it, and which includes mirrors essentially in the network. And it is nice because if a given mirror goes offline, then next time you're just gonna use a different mirror. While here you can't. Like you would have to manually find another copy of this thing somewhere else. I guess one solution here could be that I could take all my dependencies and host them next to Zine. So let's say that Zine is on GitHub. So I make sure that everything that I depend on is on GitHub, including the dependencies of my dependencies. I could do that. But the problem is that doing that requires a lot of forking. It requires me to fork. Also, this one is on GitHub, but it's another account. What is this guy gonna do in the future? Do I trust him to keep his project up, or should I fork it on, or should I further vendor things and fork them in my own account? That is also another interesting question. So I would have to fork everything, and then they will have their own dependencies, and then I need to fork also their dependencies, and essentially have the entire subtree of dependencies of my project be replicated in my own thing, and then and I think that on one hand this is ugly because I think this is ugly because um fuck, I have my GitHub sorry, my YouTube chat interface that is bugged out and it just doesn't want to load. Let me see if I can do something about this. There we go. And yeah, so it's a lot of work. While with Radical, like this is just not a problem. There's still the problem of, well, somebody will have to make sure to keep seeding those dependencies, even if the original seed node goes offline. Which you can do by having your own always on seed node, which I would essentially offer my users. And in that node, I would make sure to reseed every dependency that I depend on. And that is significantly more sane and transparent, less wasted, like less duplication that is unnecessary, and um also it is nice to say, I think it is really nice to say that, look, yeah, I'm depending on Zide, I'm depending on Rocco Rager's Zide. Of course, maybe at some point, I don't know, I need Zide isn't up to date to the latest version of Zig, and I am on it, and so I will create a temporary fork just to unblock myself and have my project build. So that is part of life, and that is fine. But let's say in terms of steady state, you want to be able to depend on the official thing, on even just like give credit essentially to the original author of a project. You don't want to depend on a random fork that has no reason to exist other than essentially vendoring. At that point, you could argue that it might be even just better to commit the Zig package directory, which, by the way, it's a thing that you can do. It is a strategy. But I feel like that the better sustainable long-term solution is to not do that and instead to use something like Radical. That's a lot of depths. It is, but these are mostly mine. That's my defense. LSP Kit is not mine, but Scripty is. Tracy is a wrapper around a performance thing. Wolves is also not mine. Fair. Xcode. Okay, you know what? A good chunk of them are not mine. Fair. Super HTML is mine though. Ziggy is mine. SuperMD is mine. Translate C is essentially part of the Z compiler tool chain. So, yeah, I don't have a ton of dependencies. They tend to be mostly my own projects, just split up into things. So, yeah. So in any case, long story short, it would be nice to be able to put radical IDs in here. Here's what I discovered though. What I realized: the radical network, obviously, being a peer-to-peer network, has to worry about bad actors and has to worry about resource consumption. So a node in the network will, to participate in the network, has to be a node that is willing to give out the things that it's seeding, kind of by definition. Like if you have a node in the network and your node is telling the network that it is acting as a seed for a given repo, and then if somebody comes and asks you for that repo, then obviously you should be willing to give it to them. Otherwise, the the network doesn't work. But at the same time, it makes sense for you to only be willing to do so when it comes to other participants in the network. So other nodes that have an identity, that have been participating to the network. And that is not, and that is in intention with the idea that I just put here a radical node, and then anybody who is fetching Zine should be able to also use that radical ID to download a copy of this dependency as just a random Zig client that doesn't have any connection to the radical network. Um, and that is, how can I say, that is kind of the crux of the issue. Like this is hitting the issue really at its core, because when you make software, like when you're distributing Zine as a piece of software, you want any random user that has Zig to be able to get this project building. But as a radical node, I don't want to be spammed by random HTTP requests that want me to send them, burn my data to send them copies of the repository. And I don't know who they are, and they might be spamming me. You know, there might be like 10 bajillion AI agents that are like going rogue and downloading over and over. Or, you know, just a crappy CI job that has no caching, that every time it runs, it re-downloads from me the whole thing from scratch. Maybe it's a big repo, and you know, it's just burning my monthly data quota. So, or my bandwidth. So, I think that the way this has to work necessarily is that the Zig package manager needs to rely on radical nodes that are willing to give out their contents over HTTP to, let's say, quote unquote, unauthenticated clients. Because when you are part of the network, you're not exactly authenticated. You're kind of authenticated. Like you are part of the network. So you have gone through some, let's say, just a filtering process of some kind, at least compared to just a random HTTP request coming from you don't know who. So some networks need to be willing to offer this service, and they will be the ones that will choose to shoulder the cost of storing and transmitting that data. And there is just no other way around it. If you want your package manager to be able to deliver, to fetch these dependencies for anybody who just has Zig installed, I don't think I don't think we would want to allow Zig users to state that the dependency is a radical dependency, and now if you don't have radical, if you're not in part of the network, then you can't download that dependency. Unless for some reason the Z compiler decides to integrate much more deeply with, like, buy into the radical ecosystem much more significantly, which is a decision that obviously would have to be up to Andrew. Would this be possible? Make everything publicly accessible? Great question. The answer is that yes, it is possible. There is already kind of something like this in place. And there is no guarantee that what is in place today will stay always there. But there are ways of making this work. Why is multiple URLs a bad idea here? Oh, it's not necessarily a bad idea. Without policing bandwidth limits yourself or via the network, I can think of another solution. No, okay, so the general idea of being able to specify multiple fetching URLs for a given dependency, that is not implemented today, but I believe it is planned, and it is obviously a good idea, right? You just say, oh yeah, this dependency can be fetched from here, but also from a bunch of other places, and so yeah, it's totally good. The thing that Radical gives you is extra dynamicism. Like when you join the network, let me put it this way. I put Zine on Radical. If I will get serious about Radical, I will want to pay my €5 a month to set up a always on node, or I will self host it. I don't know, but I'm lazy, so probably I don't like running other people's software if I can avoid it. I was burned by way too many Ruby on Rails projects that keep pooping themselves. But which is not going to be the case here. But regardless, so what I will do is that I will set up an always on node that whose main job is seeding the Zine project to other people. But obviously, I will also want to seed my dependencies. So by those projects, by virtue of being used by me, they're gonna gain a seed. At least one, me. And so they will be more replicated in the network. So if they go offline, I guess my point is that we would, this list, if you hard code it, then this list will bit rot over time. What Radical gives you as a network is the fact that the list of hosts that are capable of giving you a given repository is dynamic and is always updating. You don't have to curate it yourself. That's the idea. But the thing is, while on one hand it would be conceptually cool to say, oh, you know what, I want to be able to say that instead of doing URL like this, I do .url equals rad colon slash blah blah blah, whatever your unique ID is for that dependency. That would be cool. The problem is that if you're not a Radical user, if you're not in Radical, then you're not going to be able to resolve this. You're not going to be able to download this. So there has to be a way, and that would limit severely. Essentially, that would put a hard dependency on Radical for you to be able to build my project. I personally don't want to do this for my project, and I also suspect that more in general, the Zig project doesn't want users to put such hard requirements on the ability to consume a package. It would detract a lot from your ability to just run Zig build on a clone. So I think the alternative would be to somehow make this something that, if you will, maybe an annotation that you could put in here somewhere, but then you would still be required to resolve this to a host, or alternatively, you put this here, but the Zig package manager translates this to a host that it is publicly available on the internet. So sorry, I went the whole way around. I haven't answered yet the question from Queen. So how do you make everything publicly accessible? So here's how it works. You go to radical.network, and radical.network has an instance. It's called I think Rosa Rosa.radical.network, and Rosa today is a Radical seed that is set up to reseed every single repository that exists in the network. So when you make a seed node, you can set the policy, like what it is that you want to reseed. Normally, when you make a node, you will want to not reseed everything because it requires you to store everything that is on the network at the very least. So, or rather, let me put it this way. If you are creating a node because you want to help out the network, then yes, you will want to set that option to reseed everything, or maybe close to everything, so that your role is essentially help make the network more robust. But in normal cases, like let's say in my personal case, my seed would only reseed Zine. Rosa is an example of a node that exists to help the network be more robust. So it reseeds everything. Rosa has Zine in it. To be clear, I think I already shared a link to it. Let me see if I can find it. The thing is slow. So Zine Rosa. There you go. So Rosa has a copy of Zine. They are reseeding Zine. Hello, Julian. They are reseeding Zine, And not only that, but they are also reseeding anybody else's. So if anybody else is also seeding Zine and they are making changes in their own branches, Rosa will also pick those up. So here, there's me, but I believe that if somebody else decides to also reseed Zine and they push any change to their well, to their own seed, they will also show up in here. So using, and Rosa also has an HTTP interface. It is not guaranteed that a radical network has anything exposed over HTTP, but Rosa is one of those. And what they expose on HTTP doesn't necessarily have to be GUI. There's also like just it could just be API. But Rosa has it all. They have the web interface, they have the API, they have search disabled. But I guess you can also enable search if you want. I guess it would make sense to enable search only on a node that is reseeding a limited subset of repositories. So here you can see that they are offering the radical link, but they're also offering the normal link, git clone this one. And there's also a straight up download button. So let's look at what this thing looks like. Well, you can see, right? Git clone HTTPS Rosa radical network / blah, blah, blah. So this is a normal Git over HTTP link. So one way in which we could do this is to turn radical identifiers, repository identifiers, into links that pull from Rosa. That would not be a great solution though, right? It would work, but it essentially is well, it is leveraging to some degree the network's ability to replicate stuff, because Rosa is a node in the network and it has everything in it. It's not going to be there forever. Yeah, it would depend on this node, exactly. I guess the saving grace here is that Rosa is one of the bootstrap nodes in the network. So there's one problem with peer-to-peer networks is that when you are a new node and you're just coming online and you know nothing about the network, you need a starting point. And the people running Radical have Rosa and Iris as the two. I think they call them bootstrap nodes. In any case, as the two nodes that you resolve using DNS, and that should always be there for you to join the network and start learning about other peers. But that being said, what I just said doesn't necessarily imply that Rosa will always have the HTTP interface. Rosa at some point might both stop seeding everything, might decide to not seed every single project in the universe, which, by the way, deciding not to seed a node, like a repository, doesn't mean that you don't know about it. All nodes are supposed to know about every single other thing that exists in the network. Like, they're supposed to keep an index of everything, but they can choose whether to also keep a copy of the actual repository or not. So Rosa might at some point stop seeding everything, or it might even just disable the web interface. And so it would become essentially not accessible anymore over the net, over web. But I think that the problem is that if you're making a package manager of this kind, well, somebody has to shoulder the cost of those downloads. It's either that, or you are requiring everybody who uses it to also be an active Radical user. They need a local node set up to be part of Radical. There is like, it's one or the other. It can't be a third option. What info do they keep about everything? They keep the repository ID. So you refer to repositories not by name. There is no like this is the identifier. Since it's shortened, I'll paste it here. This is the identifier of my Zine repo on Radical, and this is it. This is the actual identifier. what nodes keep track of is think of a big hash map that contains these IDs as keys, and as values, they contain a list of network nodes. Think of it as a list of IPs. I don't think they store IPs directly. I might be wrong, but I think they store um, other identifiers. But for simplicity, it's a mapping of repo IDs, unique repo IDs, to IPs that host those, that are willing to give out copies of those repositories. But the fact that these nodes in the network are willing to give out copies to the network doesn't imply that they are willing to give out copies to anybody who comes asking. It means that they are willing to give these a copy to other members of the network, and I even believe that they are working on this concept of reputation. So um, so that means that if you are making a, let's say, completely unauthenticated HTTP request, or for example, maybe you just created a node identity on the fly, and you have not participated in anything else on the network, that doesn't mean that a node in the network will be willing to, to shoulder the cost of giving you maybe 2 GB worth of data or whatever, as an example. So it's unique identifiers to IPs. And what you would do is that this is what you would want to put in your config file if you were to go, down this path. Right? Yeah. The problem, though, as I said, is that this is kind of a dangerous game. You can do it, and to be fair, yeah, I don't know. I guess the answer would have to be. I think that Andrew would have to use this more. I would have to use this more. Other people in the core team would have to use this more, and then we would have to decide how we feel about this, and to decide exactly to what degree we are interested in buying in. But I will say, though, that after looking at Radical, I really don't think there is any other better way of doing this stuff. I really do not think, maybe you can talk about the minutiae of how it's implemented, but the overall picture, this is it. Like, this is it, and it cannot be anything else. Maybe you could say that, somebody else would do a better job, or implementation wise or whatever. I'm sure, but big picture wise, this is as good as it gets. I don't think there are ways of making it any better. Even Tangled and the 80 Proto network, I think they are a strictly worse implementation of this idea. They are still good. I think that Tangled would still be preferable to self-hosting Forjo. In the long run, in terms of like having resilience of your dependencies. But the problem with Tangled and the 80 Proto is that it's federated. It's not peer-to-peer. And federation still makes the whole money equation weirder. It makes it weird. With peer-to-peer, it's extremely clear, what it is that as somebody who is running a node, whether you have software that you want to guarantee is available or not, it's extremely clear what it is that you want to do, not want to do, and what the consequences of that are. With Tangled, I think that Tangled got like a bunch of money recently. I mean, you need money to build these projects, so that by itself is not necessarily the end of the world. But it is still, man, they got $4 million to build Tangled, and yeah, very similar to Torrent, I guess. Yeah, because it's peer to peer. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think there are some key differences from Torrent, because Torrent is not really As far as I know, it's it's mostly you and the torrent trackers that decide to care about a given torrent. While in Radical, well, also Radical, there is some filtering in that sense. But I would say that my impression is that Radical is more interested in resilience, like making things, making sure that things are available for as long as somebody wants them. In a way that Torrent is not exactly interested, not in the same way. But yeah. The problem of peer-to-peer for data like this is that have no guarantee that a small project will be available in the network because probably no one will see it. Yes, the way this works is that either you, as the author of a small project, make sure to seed your project, or somebody else who has an always-on node decides to reseed your project. But I think that the moment that your software is used somewhere, at that point, it is pretty much guaranteed to always be available for as long as there are people using it, right? Because as I said, me with Zine, I will 100% have an interest in reseeding my dependencies, guaranteed 100%, obviously. So, but I am making the investment of paying the cost of running an always on node, because that is something that I'm willing to do to make Zine available to my users, to guarantee that Zine is available to my users. If somebody is making just a smaller library, yeah, for sure. At that point, you are essentially relying on the Radical network having some people who are willing to help out the network in general, which currently exists. And I mean, it is a topic, right? It is a general topic of having somebody willing to help out the network, not because there is one specific project that they care about, but because they just want the network in general to be more effective. So to me, that sounds like the kind of thing that maybe some nonprofit organization could decide to take on. Ultimately, because it's not even, it doesn't seem to be something insanely expensive either to do. Like, and you can also put limits on things like. This is not formalized in the protocol, but obviously, when you look at the repo, if the repo is 4 gigabytes, then you can say, well, you know what, dude, sorry, that is too big. I'm not gonna do it. So I'm just open to seed repositories that are below a given size threshold, for example, or who are created by who are owned by nodes that have been for long enough in the network, for example. So you can set your policies, and also every individual, like in any case, everything that you do on the network is based on your own local node, which is not always on, but at least it is on for a while. So, for example, here when I do stuff, if I do rad, of course I don't have rad because I have not restarted everything yet. So sorry, I have to do the stupid dance. Ignore the ZSH sandwich. So if I do rad sync status, I have a local node right now on my machine that is my node is not accepting connections from the network, so nobody can download stuff from my node by requesting by connecting a new, like I'm not connect like I'm how can I say, there's only outbound connections. So my node is connected to Rosa and it's connecting to Garden Busted Hub apparently. So so there's also that. So that means that in any case, this is gonna help you kick off having a copy of your stuff somewhere on the network, and then you will rely on the help of nodes that are willing to seed everything or close to everything. Being peer-to-peer has to deal with malicious nodes somehow, no? Yes, it does indeed. And I don't imagine there being a lot of nodes, making it easier to take control of it. I assume no idea of the internals. Do they say anything about that topic? I am not super familiar with all the different ways in which you can be malicious in the network, but so you cannot tamper with the contents of a repo because everything is cryptographically signed. The unique ID of a repo is also the one piece of information. It's both the identifier and the only piece of information plus the repo itself that you need to guarantee that what you're getting is what you asked for precisely without any tampering. That being said, yeah, a new node can come in and say, "Oh, you look, I have this cute repo. Yeah, it's 50 terabytes big. Enjoy." Um, yeah, so essentially, you need software that detects these conditions and essentially issues a ban. There is a command to ban nodes. Like if you believe that a node is malicious, you can run the ban command, and your stuff will not connect to it, not have anything to do with it. There are discussions, I think, in the radical Zulip about also having a concept of ban lists so that you can decide to also leverage somebody else's ban decisions so that you don't have, to quote unquote reinvent the wheel. It seems like this could solve to some degree the issue of relying on a CDN or even GitHub Tarball for build dependencies. Yeah. Mostly malicious code being pushed, GitHub going down, author deleting stuff. Well, for malicious code being pushed, that no would not by itself be a protection because in whatever way somebody can take over a GitHub account and use those credentials to push malicious code, then you can do the same with radical. Once you get control over the credentials of an author, then you can do stuff in their name, right? Which includes also bye queen, have a nice weekend, which also includes pushing stuff to radical in that sense. What protects you from malicious code being pushed with Zig is the fact that all your dependencies have a hash. So once you have, this is trust on first use. Once you have decided that this hash is good, then your package manager, no matter where the package is coming from, radical, git over HTTPS, a tarball, whatever, no matter what, the Zig package manager will never agree to use as a dependency something that does not result to this exact hash. So that is covered by the Zig package manager in that sense. But then when you update, then you need to update knowingly because if you do it blindly, you could update to a malicious version of the code if somebody got their credentials stolen. If your node goes down and you try to push code, the other people seeding will get your push code and update it, or you just gotta wait until your node goes back up. The way it works is that you have your local checkout and you can work offline, but then publishing things on the radical network always goes through your local node. So like I can stop my local node, but that is my interface to the network. So for my repository to push updates to other people in the network, that is done by first publishing those changes in my local node, and then my local node will gossip with the nodes that it is connected to. It will tell them about the new update, and then they will ask to fetch the new version of the repository. So like your local node is part of the tooling that you have to have. Um, Again, you can turn it off when you're not using it if you want. And it is not a node that accepts connections. So my local node is essentially just acting pretty much as an agent it's my agent to in the network right now. Another reason why you need to have a local node running, if you think about it, is because I might want to pull in changes or issues or PRs from other people in the network. Somebody else has um, decided to reseed Zine, which could be seen as forking in the GitHub lingo, GitHub / Codeberg lingo. So then by reseeding, they are not only helping my thing be more available, but that is the starting point for them to be able to create an issue, to be able to create a pull request. So more precisely, when somebody creates an issue, they don't create an issue on your copy of the repository. They create the issue on their copy, And then the network knows that these things are all different variants of the same base repository, which my copy is the authoritative one. But then, if I want to see other people's issues, I have to pull their copies of everything because issues are also in their GitHub repositories. And then for them to be able to see my replies to their comments, for example, they also will have to pull unupdated updates from my repo. So this is also another very nice thing about Radical. Issues are not a third-party service. They are not always online. They're not centralized in any way. They are artifacts in the repo itself. Do authors keep a key so they can push updates to the repo? Yeah, you have to have a key. More precisely, the way it works is that your local node has a private and a public key. The public key is known to the network, is it's essentially your ID, and that's how they know that a given message is coming from you, which is particularly important. Also, when you are making changes to the canonical version, to the authoritative version of a repository. Otherwise, nobody will see that the official one has updated. It supports PRs too. It does. Yes, it supports issues and PRs, and they are adding the concept of jobs. So the way it works is that all this information is stored as data inside of your Git repository, and then there's a CLI tool. Which in my case says nothing to show, but they have a tool for seeing issues. And the issues that are displayed here, they are displayed from the information inside my Git repo, and also the synchronized state from other Git repos, from other forks of Zine. Using their lingo, it would be other seeds of Zine. They don't call them forks; they call them seeds. So other seeds of Zine, I can pull them in. I can decide whether to pull all of them that exist in, or whether I want to pull just a restricted subset of those, maybe only of people that I follow. And then I will be able to see any issue that they have opened, any PR that they have opened, any what's it called? Any comment. Also like reacting to things, stuff like reacting with an emoji. How would jobs work? I assume you mean CI. Yeah, I do mean CI. Wouldn't you just have to execute on your node? No. So I don't know the full picture. Also, because I think that they don't know the full picture. I think they are in the process of designing it. But there are like, if you go on their Zulip, you can read more. And you can read it from the authoritative source, so that you don't have to learn it through my own lack of knowledge. But there are also items that are stored in the Git repository, and I think the way it works is that the CI runner essentially, through some mechanism, pulls an updated version of the repository, sees that there is a new item that has state waiting to be run, and then at that point, I guess it's a matter of there might be, if you have multiple runners distributed at the same time, there might be problems with concurrency, because how do you acquire a lock on a job? Regardless, let's talk about like a simple setup where you just have one, maybe not necessarily runner itself, but you have one CI coordinator. So the one CI coordinator process somewhere on a machine somewhere pulls in the change from the repo, sees that there is a new job, assigns it to a runner. The runner runs the job. The job has some kind of outcome, which is going to be success, failure, or I don't know, I guess mainly success or failure, maybe with extra metadata, like, some log lines or a link to where to find the log lines or a link to where the built artifacts are or whatever. And that then gets given back to the CI coordinator, which then pushes those changes to the repo. That's one way of doing it, for example. Um, I think that for CI, it's not all that important that the repo is constantly updated with every single intermediate step of the CI. Um, I think it makes sense for the CI to be something that you essentially mostly deal with through a web interface specific to your own CI system. But um, but it is nice that the outcomes of running CI exist in the repository so that then when you are offline and you're looking at your PRs, you can see if a given PR was run by CI and if it is green or not, or if there is any issue. So that part is cool because that is an important piece of information if you're looking if you're like for your decision making, for example, as to which PRs to look at or not while you're offline. So that part seems awesome. Okay. So sorry, checking some stuff and then I'm gonna do some zine fixing. To I think I should also get something to drink. Hey, what's up? Are you Phil? What? Um, no, I'm not Phil. Have you seen the talk? Phil is a guy that has definitely a different hairstyle than I do. Which, by the way, like if you, there's also this. I regret migrating to Codeberg. I'm actually curious to see this. Also, oh no, it's one of those. Is that an emoji domain? So I posted a talk on lobsters. This is Phil, man. If that's the Phil that you're talking about. Also, check this out on Hacker News. This is actually interesting. So I posted this on Hacker News and it's on the front page right now. Um, Somebody has done what I was hoping somebody would do for a while. Although, to be fair, maybe I should take a step back. So I genuinely have no idea if this project is valuable, or rather, to what degree this project is valuable to users. Um, um, I think it is to some degree, but overall, the big picture, I think you have to be a JavaScript developer or JS/TS developer to really be able to evaluate if this is a good idea or not, or at least to be able to evaluate to some degree, at least from one perspective. I'm not that, so I cannot judge. But this project is doing one interesting thing that I felt like it would have been cool if somebody were to do it for a while, and they actually did, which is this. They have taken the Bun code base, the Zig one, and they have done the work to make incremental builds work. And now they build in less than a second. And they are doing also other things in the process, like removing that code, fixing bugs, just improving the code base in general. So again, have I evaluated to, with I have not evaluated this in detail, so I'm taking the claims from the author mostly at face value, but this all makes a lot of sense to me. And also this is totally on par with my expectations. Actually, the fact that they have to say sub 1 second, it means that it's already probably too many hundreds of milliseconds compared to what it could be. As a rough guess. But in any case, if you're a developer, you're less likely to be able to evaluate it to some degree, for sure. Yeah. No, I mean, I think it's factually true. Like, if you're a JavaScript developer, then you cannot evaluate the quality of the systems level, if you will, development work, unless you also know that stuff. But at least you can evaluate it from the perspective of the ultimate consumer. I'm not the ultimate consumer, so I don't even have that. But in any case, there's the discussion on Hacker News, and oh, my comment is up here. My comment went all negative. Some people were like downvoting it. They really did not like what I had to say there. But here's what I want to put the accent on. It's not that code stuff. Yeah, like this comment, I find it interesting. This whole exchange, I find it interesting. So, first person says, "This is what I like to call performative performance programming. I love performance as much as the next guy, and build times should be close to zero as possible, but this is approaching diminishing returns, and I guarantee that your current bottleneck is not build times." And I replied with, well, the people who originally worked on Bun themselves would disagree with your point. Although in their case, their situation was like they kind of did that to themselves, like, because there's this blog post, which, by the way, this is like the last communication about compiling speed with Zig that came out of Bun in general. And it's about, I spent 181 minutes waiting for the Zig compiler this week. TLDR, the Zig compiler takes about 1 minute and 30 seconds to compile the bug builds of Bun. The language server doesn't do basic things like type checking. I mean, okay, yeah. Do language servers do type checking normally? I'm not sure that this sentence is as universally true as it's meant to sound. But if nothing does type checking, then it sucks. I agree. Then so often you have to run the compiler to see how my code works, and yes. And if that takes 1 minute and 30 seconds, that is way too long. And I agree, that is understandably annoying. But it never had to be. It really never had to be. There's a whole blog post essentially about why it's slow. Yeah. So now somebody has shown that actually it was there all along. It wasn't there from the beginning, because this is something that is still not complete today, and it has progressed over time, but it has been there for a while now. And I like how this person is surprised. 90 seconds to less than a second. That's astonishing. Yes and no. Yes, but also no. That is what we have been working for towards for the last, I don't know, couple of years. So it's that's the reality. And the fact that reality is astonishing, when you find reality astonishing, it means that you are just, out of sync with it. You're missing a big piece, an important piece of how reality works. And I feel like that I'm like unfortunately a lot of things have caused people to be out of sync with uh with the reality around Zig. And yeah, so there's also that happening at the same time. And also Andrew's talk is out. Don't take the black pill. Hmm. Do not waste your time. It's not about Zig. Okay, bro. Wait a second. All the grief of young men comes from one thing: not accepting they are at the bottom of the dating pool. Like, bro, what did you expect from life? You choose voluntarily to write JavaScript for free at 2 a.m. Okay. So in any case, going back to Tangled, they got $4 million. I can promise you that Tangle is going to mess up and obfuscate the cost equation, and everybody will be poorer for it. I think that really a theme, I don't know, maybe not just of modern times, but at very least of modern times, as long as I've been experiencing them, it seems to me that as in tech in particular, um, economic arrangements obfuscate the cost equation. And everybody, almost everybody, gets fucked by that process. Sometimes one lucky dude makes a lot of money out of it. Good for them. The problem is that though, when somebody ends up with a big bag of money and they have not created a comparable amount of value that has reached other people, by definition, the whole thing doesn't balance out. You could even argue, if you wanted to be cynical, that situation means that the one dude with a big bag of money has essentially stolen their money to some degree, if they have not generated enough value in comparison. So I don't know. I don't think that startups are necessarily wrong. They're not. Like, it's just a way of doing things, and it can work, and it's just a clever way of leveraging debt. But holy shit, do people make a mess of this? And venture capital firms definitely do not help make these things more effective. They just overfit for having one guy at the end of the day end up with a big bag of money, and then whatever happens downstream from there, who gives a flying fuck? And I think that is essentially the core of the issue. And um yeah, I don't know. Radical is radicalizing me in a sense. Well, I mean, with this stuff I already thought before, but um at least when it comes to code hosting, I feel like I'm starting to get an understanding that is complete enough about the whole cost equation, that when I see people mess up the cost equation in a way that like they are essentially setting up a model that does not seem to balance out the core cost equation, I feel like they are just fucking it up. And I will say that I might be wrong about Tangle. Like, everything that I said up until now with regards to Tangle, I just stuff that I find suspicious, in that I would need to investigate more, learn more about before I can come to a stronger conclusion. But I love that Radical is just like a system that just presents the core cost equation, naked to you essentially, and that is good. That, in my opinion, increases dramatically the chances that you end up with the optimal solution or something close to. Okay, rant finished. Let me, yeah, I'm gonna get something to drink and then we're gonna fix these bugs. Although I will say this one I won't, because this is not important and I just do not have the ability to fix this now, because this is an artifact of what I'm depending on. So it's more like 3 issues. And of these 3 issues, the first one I'm not confident I will be able uh to fix. So these two, the Zide one we fix for sure. The links one, that is important. We should fix it. And we should investigate why it's not working. I thought I fixed it in the past, but I might be misremembering. This top one is tough. I don't know. We'll see. Thanks for your opinion about Tangled. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry that I'm like kind of making a strong statement and then maybe not diving too deep into it. I guess my thing is that I think that AT Proto, like the Atmosphere protocol in general, is a good idea. They have it's, to me, it's clearly a newer generation of building distributed things that is almost entirely strictly superior, if not straight up strictly superior to Federation as done in the past, for example, with Mastodon. Not to say that Mastodon is particularly bad, but I do think that Atmosphere is better, or rather, the Blue Sky is better in that sense. But also that Atmosphere is not just Blue Sky, is a generalized protocol that you can use for coming up with a bunch of different other federated things that are more interesting than Twitter clones. In fact, I do think that as a Twitter clone, Twitter sucks. Well, X sucks. Mastodon sucks. Blue Sky sucks. I don't really care about any of them in that sense. But the Atmosphere protocol is cool, and the whole point is you host your own data, and then there's a system that understands how to aggregate it, so that there can be an aggregated view of it, but it is not really centralized. In the sense that the authoritative source of truth is your own host of your own data. That is nice, but when it comes to hosting specifically, I think the Radical just makes strictly more sense than what Tangled does. And part of it is because Tangled is federated. So that means that there is still a maybe not fully centralized aggregated view, but it is still a aggregated view that is not, how can I say, like when you, like, realistically speaking, if you use Tangled, where are you gonna go to find other Tangled repositories? You're gonna go to tangled.org or whatever the website is. Somebody will have the ability to spin up an alternative aggregator and display things their own way on a separate host with different moderation decisions, maybe with some personalizations on things. Although as long as they want to be compatible with Radical, with Tangled, they will have to conform to whatever spec Tangled follows to define how an issue is shaped, how a comment on an issue is shaped. Does a comment have reactions or not? So, for example, if Tangled does not put reactions on comments, or, well, I mean, if they do, then you can choose not to display them. But if they don't, then you have to make them some kind of extension, which you can do. But, everything comes with a bunch of downsides. But realistically speaking, I think the majority of people will just stay on the official Tangled website. And that, to me, kind of defeat the purpose. You don't have, with Tangled, you do not have things available to you when you are offline. Or maybe they will figure out some system to make it work, but it's not going to be as elegant as Radical. That is just impossible, I think. And at the same time, yeah, there's gonna be Tangled, which is gonna be the always available online instance, which is gonna shoulder all the costs of being available on the internet to download copies of the repositories. But then, how do they compensate for those costs? It's unclear. I mean, they'll charge people maybe for premium services, but the point is, it's complicated at the end of the day in a way that Radical just isn't. And I don't know, the day that Tangled gets acquired by Microsoft, man. Sorry, did I say Tangled? I hope I did. Yeah, the day that Tangled gets acquired by Microsoft and starts the enshittification journey. And the thing is, I think that for Radical is impossible to go through a similar process, kind of by design. It sucks for open source to splinter across websites. Agreed. But it's exciting to see new ideas. Yeah. I think that this new generation of ideas with regards to decentralization are one step above the past. I personally I'm not a fan of peer to peer or federation. I've avoided that stuff. Um, I generally avoid it, and like for example, when designing a Weibo, right, my Discord replacement, I I I didn't think of making it federated because to me federation tends to be its machinery, its complexity, and then unless you get back more than enough, it's just not worth it. But for Radical, it seems that everything that you pay for in complexity is pretty much the bare minimum that you kind of have to pay in order to obtain certain properties like distributing costs of running a network, of making software essentially available, source code available more precisely. um, and I don't know, I just cannot imagine how to make it better than what they already done with Radical, big picture wise. Okay, let me go get the drink and then I'll work. I am back. By the way, yeah, on this point about splintering, I was thinking about it more. The thing is, you just the alternative is that some central authority pays the cost for it up until they don't want to do it anymore. And really, the only, like, your best bet at this happening for a longer period of time is a non-profit organization. And even then, it's your best bet. That doesn't mean it is necessarily a overall best choice of all the possible configurations. It's your best bet when it comes to a centralized thing. Um, but I mean, I said this already, but yeah, I really think that Radical is overall a better solution than the best centralized solution. Okay, let's work. So, let's start with the Zeit one. So essentially, they want to say America Santiago should work as a time zone, but it doesn't. Note that the most recent commit in Zeit has fixed the problem, and Zig compiles the works as intended after upgrading the dependency. That sounds delicious. So, yeah, let's do it. Zig fetch, save, Rocco Rager Zeit. Let's see if we build. If we need to make some adjustments, we can do it. We already also have a fork of Zeit in case it's needed, but if it's just as straight up, then yep. Okay. Zig build test. Oh man, I love when a plan comes together. So yeah, 243. Okay, so we now we need to git push, and we also want to git push radical. Although for radical we can wait, we can do more work before we push there. But here I wanted to close this, so there's that. Okay, this one is not gonna be as fun. So here's the repro. We have two footnotes, and we want the footnote to be analyzed, and it turns out that it's not being analyzed. So yeah. Hello. Not to distract from the discussion, but are you going to be at the Zig workshop in Boston tomorrow? Nitin, you might want to double check because it is not tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will be flying towards Boston, uh, but the event is on Sunday. Unless I, messed up royally, like, let me go from Zig.day. Unless I messed up royally and I put it on the wrong day, it's Sunday. So if you are SVP, then you're in. Yeah, okay. Just make sure that you go there on Sunday. Do not go there on Saturday. But yeah, I will be there. Andrew and I will be there if everything goes well. If my plan crashes, I don't know. Please, somebody continue the development of Zine in my stead. That's my will. Actually, not even that. Do whatever you want. Okay. So let's see. Software socialists. Socialists? You mean software communists? Depending on who you ask. Are you based in Europe? I am. Yes, I live in Milan, northern Italy. I'm a European. I bleed stars and blue. uh, okay, so what's going on with our footnotes? I fear that this might not even be a thing in Zine. I fear that this might be something that we have to fix in the Markdown parser. You must be from London. If I were from London, I would not be allowed to say that I'm European. Dub. Uh, uh, man, I'm sorry for anybody from the UK who is watching this. I stopped making these jokes as much, but occasionally I will. It was, in my opinion, a very unfortunate turn of events, the whole Brexit thing, for everybody involved. Will there be any Zig events in Europe? Yeah, there are plenty of Zig events in Europe. So if you go to zig.day, you can see all the Zig days that happen in Europe. I can tell you that the one in Milan and the one in Nuremberg are the two most active Zig days. They are like meetups that last a full day on a weekend, and there are no talks. It's just like you work on open source projects either on your own or with other people, or you join somebody else on their project, that kind of stuff. And then in Munich, Germany, there's Zigtoberfest 2026, which is going to be on September 12th. Now you might think, wait, isn't Oktoberfest in October? Turns out, no, it's actually not. It actually starts in September. And Zigtoberfest, more specifically, I think also has an interest in not overlapping with Oktoberfest too much. So there's that. In any case, the past years it was in October. This year is in September. And this one is going to be a single day conference. So there's going to be talks. Yeah. Okay, so here's our repro. And that is unfortunate because the about page, oh no, about does exist. Never mind. So about does exist, but image/about, that definitely does not exist. Oh, that's also is a link. That is not an image. Wait, if I make it an actual image, does anything change? No, so nothing changes. So in any case, this person is right. What if I have a wrong footnote. Actually, this might. Is this a build error? Wait, is this a build error? Wait, are footnotes completely fucking broken? And I sincerely doubt that I broke them. I'm starting to think that it's the Markdown parser that has been um, just ass at it the whole time, and I just um, never built guardrails around it. Okay, I have one file format that is not made from scratch by me in this whole system, and it is right now clearly the weakest part of the whole system. This was not always the case, but I think we are at a point where now everything else has reached a level of polish that is superior than uh, the CMark GFM Markdown parser in file format. Okay, so what is going on? Here's what we need. We need to build Zine with a local copy of SuperND. And I'm watching it because I'm going to want to keep rebuilding it. Zine maintainers, bump up Zine version to 0.13 dev. Thank you. That's fair. Okay. So, um, so what I want, let's start by adding some logging about what's going on with footnotes. I think this is something that we were about in the AST. So here's my footnotes map. Do we do anything with it? No. I would love to see what you cook up for a markdown like. Yeah, that is definitely the plan, but you know, there's definitely some hubris in my attempt at remaking everything from scratch. But even then, I always was aware that it's one thing to make a JSON replacement. It's definitely another thing making a markdown replacement. So I I have decided to postpone to leave the markdown stuff for last because I definitely knew that I would benefit from the experience of doing everything else first. I don't know if I'm quite there yet, but we're definitely starting to get to the point where I would want to look into that. Have you seen Dot? Yes, I've have, and chances are that if I come up with something, is gonna be probably it's gonna steal at least a few ideas from Dot, which I believe is how they want it pronounced. I'm just going to validate your hubris because your stuff rocks. Thank you. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I think that in this case, it would be nice. Like this would be also an opportunity to maybe see if there is a way to coordinate with the Zig project in this sense. All my file formats I've made on my own, and I've never annoyed anybody in the core team to, try and leverage my file formats in their stuff, in the compiler stuff. Case in point, Andrew made Zon. I ended up wanting to make Ziggy. We've never even had a discussion about, quote unquote Zon versus Ziggy. And I think it's fine like this because Zone just needs to work, reuse as much as possible that is already in the compiler and be fast. Um, and It shouldn't be too experimental, probably. Ziggy is all experiments. Although to be fair, I think that after a few iterations now, well, not even that many iterations, but like a couple iterations, I think that now Ziggy is close to being what it will be going forward. Um, like there may be one more crazy idea to try, but chances are that is kind of it. Um, and so maybe nowadays it would be more available to have a discussion about, like, look at what I came up with, Ziggy. I've been using it for a while. This idea actually is pretty good. I think in the case of Ziggy, the main cool things over Zon are specific explicit syntax for tagged unions and the schema language. Um, so maybe some of that would be worth of streaming or not. I don't know. But in any case, I've always done my own thing. But for a markdown, coming up with a markdown alternative, I think it would be a neat idea to, because there's still the open question of what is the format of Zig comments. And today, those are in somewhat informally Markdown comments, but the Markdown parser in the Autodoc tool does not support all of Markdown. Is absolutely not a conformant, spec conformant Markdown parser, not even remotely, and it shouldn't be. Um, so in that sense, I feel like there's like a shared interest in wanting to come up with a Steiner um, uh, subset of Markdown, if you will. In my case, I also have an interest in having, this extra extensibility with Scripty, which the Zig compiler uh, might not be interested in. But in any case, I would be interested in having my own language, like my own Markdown, have the ability to toggle these on and off. Like it would totally make sense. I'm confident that I want to have a setting that says, look, I want to parse um, the your mark this new markdown style language, but also I want to consider I only want to support built-in syntax. I don't want to support any scripting whatsoever. So even though in the language I will define, for example, bold, like double star bold, I will define it as essentially doing this. Uh, I don't remember if this is actual syntax or if I'm making this up. It's either, yeah, I think it's this. I don't remember. In any case, or maybe it's strong. In any case, it will be this. I will say when you write this, you are essentially writing this, and these two things are equivalent. But that doesn't mean that a parser needs to necessarily support this complicated syntax. So it would make sense to have my parser say, yeah, we're parsing this document, but we don't accept the explicit syntax for anything. We disable any, extra fancy thing. You just get the built-in syntax. And that is maybe what you would want um for Zig comments. So I see that there is some synergy there, and I will attempt to fulfill also this use case. Um, but at the moment, I don't have any genius idea in my sleeve. Like I have this general knowledge. So here's what I do know. Uh, Language is defined in terms of scripty things with in terms of scripty expressions with built-in, or rather, let's say, with specialized syntax for common things, like wanting to have some text be bold. I also know that I want to be able to disable this, to disable explicit syntax. And then I also know that I want errors. So between plain text and special syntax, there must be errors. Because in Markdown, if this is syntax for a link and you mess it up, which by the way, this happened to me the other day. The other day, I was updating some snapshot tests and I made a mistake. So this would be like a link, right? You're linking food to, I don't know, banana. I made a mistake and I wrote something as this. And I was staring at this thing and I was saying, wait, why does this thing not work? Oh my God, do I have like some super weird bug that is somehow preventing this thing from being analyzed for some, super horrible reason? And it was not. The problem is that I used square brackets again instead of round brackets, and that was dumb. But the problem is that when you do this in Markdown, anything that is not recognized as special syntax, automatically degrades, becomes plain text. And that is, in my opinion, a horrible design decision. I understand why this was attempted, and I, as an experiment, as an idea, I'm saying I like it should have been tried. I'm happy that somebody tries this stuff, but in hindsight and based on my own preferences, I find this a horrible idea. I think that there has to be some error space. In the syntax space, there needs to be some space between correct syntax and pure plain text, and something that is close to special syntax. If you get it wrong, you need to get an error. Like if you write this right now, you forget to close the parentheses, you're not going to get an error. You're going to get this become normal text. But that is bad. Like if you're 90% there to a valid piece of special syntax, and it's only the last thing missing, damn, there needs to be an error. You need to know that you got close, but not quite there yet. And so errors are like, syntax errors are good. Like they are an affordance for the user. And not having them makes everything more brittle than it needs to be, in my opinion. Again, I'm glad that somebody experimented with this, and I could see, there are some cool properties that come from not doing this. For example, essentially, not having errors means that your document is parsed best effort in a sense. So anything that can be upgraded to the cool thing will be. Anything that it can't will not. And in a sense, the idea behind Markdown is that the source should also be readable. So the human will be able to read the source and probably make sense of it. They are expected to be able to make sense of it. They are expected to be able of making sense to it of it. But yeah, that also opens the door to make one tiny mistake, and now your thing is broken, and you're not being told. There is no hard error. So yeah, that's not what I want. You would preserve a parser error? Yes, definitely. And to be clear, the specifics of what it is that should constitute a parser error versus not, that's also debatable, because I guess the flip side of the coin is that you don't want to take syntax that one would maybe want to write naturally in the text and consider that special syntax, because then you're taking that away from them and you're either straight up preventing them from being able to express that thing, or you are forcing them to use escapes, and escapes detract from your ability to, from the readability of the plain text of the source. So it's a balancing act where you can definitely make better and worse choices, and where probably the best choice is not immediately obvious. Like you need to spend some effort thinking about combinations and discarding them in favor of other combinations, and you need to spend some effort on it. You need to spend some tokens on it, like human tokens. but I think that it can be done. And you know what? I think also that it's ultimately it is guaranteed to be something that you can do, because um, I mean, the language is supposed to be a Markdown like, but it doesn't have to be Markdown. Like I can deviate away from Markdown as much as I want, as much as I need. Giacomo, thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome. So, find people from, I'm guessing, a Gleam development stream. Welcome. I'm working on my static site generator as a, I don't know, piece of information, like a thing that I started looking into recently that maybe you guys might find interesting as well. Maybe, I don't know. But I recently started looking into Radical. We're looking at, we as in Zig Software Foundation, I guess, we are looking more into the landscape of possible ways to host source code. And radical.dev, that's the website that I recommend looking at as a starting point. Radical is a truly interesting way of doing things. Maybe somebody has also heard of Tangled. Tangled is also in the general ballpark of these. Tangled and Radical are in this general ballpark of solutions, alternative solutions for hosting source code. But Radical especially is really genius. And in my opinion, well, it's not just genius, because a genius idea, it's like, oh, they made a complicated thing and they were clever about it, which is cool, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you want to be subjected to that complexity and cleverness. Especially if there is no benefit for you. But in this case, I think that there is a lot to gain for everybody. And I'll just name one thing. In Radical, issues and PRs are data hosted in the Git repository directly. And so that means that they are available to you offline. So you are on the train, you are in a flight, on a flight. You're on a flight and you want to, look at your issues and maybe answer some of them, close some of them, just do work on your issues. The answer is that you can. You do work because you have a local copy of them, which you can mutate locally. They have a CRDT system where you mutate the data locally, and the mutation is not, in place. It's essentially, it's Git also. So it naturally, it's something gets appended, like the mutation is appended. And so then once you sync everything back online, the system will be able to merge any other change that happened in the meantime. CRDTs essentially are a mechanism to guarantee that, essentially you define your operations like add a comment, close the issue, add a label, take a label away, those kind of things. They are defined in a way where when you merge, you're guaranteed that the result of the merge operation is something that makes sense, that you will find non-surprising. To give an example, you append a comment to the issue, somebody else appends a comment as well while you are offline. When you sync back, you know what should happen, right? It's not like one comment should override the other. No, they should both be present, and then they should be present. They should be ordered in terms of time. The one that was sent first should be displayed first, even if then it took them maybe longer to merge it, although maybe there are some things to keep in mind there. But regardless, that's kind of the idea. So it's cool. I'm curious if those cases will work fine with JJ. They also have things about Jujutsu. Yes, I think the way it works is that they are essentially using Git as a network protocol, part of the network protocol, and as a storage mechanism. So Jujutsu, if I remember correctly, is can be used as essentially a fancier CLI tool that runs on top of a Git storage. So I don't think you should have any issue. There might be maybe some, piece of convenience tooling that might not be there yet, although I don't think that's going to be the case. But yeah, that's it. I think that is the worst case. I don't think it can get any worse than that. And I suspect strongly that in any case, it's already good and perfectly usable today. Yeah, they do have a Jujutsu channel in their Zulip, and I would not be surprised to learn that maybe some of them, if not most of them, are like maybe even they mainly use Jujutsu and not even Git. But Git is as a storage and network protocol for what they're doing. For it's a network protocol for synchronizing data. The Radical in general does not use a Git for everything. It just uses it for sending back and forth you know, repository data. Git is kind of slow, so clever data structures are a must. Yeah, well, in this case, it's not even. I don't think it's even that important. In the sense that um, essentially Git is storage. So yeah, these data structures and what you do with them, in any case, it's entirely part of the Radical application. So they just store the data in Git. That's it. But it's cool because it's next to your code. So like you bring it with you, you work on it offline, then you resync, then and you know this is cool. This is the easy part to explain, but I think it also has some many other interesting properties. Like I find that it's really interesting. Okay, so going back to my thing. Well, guess what? So we collect footnotes. I presume. I think we should look at also other files that mention footnotes. So there we go. Here we mention footnotes. And here, analyze footnote reference. Okay, so we do have a function for analyzing footnote references. Do we use it? Yes, we find a footnote reference. But wait, that does not mean that we found a footnote, does it? Found footnote. Okay, if I remember correctly, there's one thing that we need to be mindful of. There are footnotes and footnote references. The footnote reference is essentially what is in the main text that points at the footnote. But the footnote itself exists. I remember that it exists outside of the main AST, I believe. And so essentially, it's a node that exists, but that you cannot find by iterating the AST starting from the root. So um, that means that here we are analyzing a footnote reference. There we go. Analyze footnote definition. So a footnote definition. Okay, so the reference is what we were looking at before. And then there's the definition. So this is interesting because we are technically, in theory, we are analyzing the footnote definition, and that calls into analyze siblings. Starting from the first child. So we do have code that, at least in theory, is analyzing stuff. Hmm. But if that is the case, then why is this not being analyzed as it should? I wish I had like a way of visualizing these AST. The problem is that that's not stuff made by me, so it's not as easy to make these things happen, unfortunately. Okay. So let me double check again. Yeah, right. Oh shit. What? Um my comment is wrong. Oh, I think I'm starting to understand what the problem is. So, okay, so here's what the problem is. The problem is that when we find these references, we don't know yet what the footnotes are going to be because they're going to be below. Like we could force that the footnote definition has to be above it. That would be hilarious. But I mean, that would simplify our job, but it would be not convenient for users. So we necessarily need to have a check at the end that looks at all um, footnote references to make sure that they do actually exist. But somehow this is not happening, it seems. Also, you know what I'm realizing? Is this syntax correct? Is is this person actually suggesting the right syntax? Because what if it's actually this the correct syntax? Well, do you have a link to your post on the Radical Zulip? Yeah, I can share it. Yeah, I mean, okay, cool. Yeah. By the way, I mentioned it earlier. I don't know if you were present or if you, in any case, listened to the important part. As I was trying to understand stuff, I think that in my initial message, I'm making assumptions that are actually wrong. Once you understand the problem space a little bit better, so I was essentially talking under the assumption that it would be desirable to have the ability to have external things, hosts, clients, machines external to the network, so that do not have a identity in the network, for them to be able to fetch data from the network or at least discover information, like query the network. But actually, but that is actually wrong. Um, that is not how it should be. Um, or rather, you know what? That's my interpretation. So maybe the people that run the network uh, think that it should be desirable, but it is not obvious that it should be. And after thinking about it more, my opinion is that no, it is correct that the network does not allow things without an identity to query the network, and nor things that have like just created an identity who might be spammy. I mean, obviously the network shouldn't be too restrictive, otherwise it's just a pain in the ass to use. But at the same time, yeah, the network should not be shouldering the cost of a random package manager trying to grab stuff from it. Um, that is a bad idea, in my opinion. After understanding more. So this whole thing was actually based on a misunderstanding. The syntax is wrong. You don't put the thingy here. That does not answer the problem as to why is this stuff not being analyzed otherwise. And also, this complains about ref2. It does not complain about the fact that we're referencing the wrong ID. So here's what I think the situation is. The situation is the issue is wrong. The issue used wrong syntax. By the way, this is hilarious. I swear I did not plan for this, but this is what I was mentioning earlier. They think that they're using special syntax, while in fact they are not. And then it's causing misbehavior that they don't understand because parsing goes out of whack and this stuff does not get recognized as valid syntax. Now, why adding this wrong piece of syntax here clobbers the entire like the analysis of the entire line? Actually, not the analysis, because I do analysis. They don't. They do parsing. So why does this clobber the parsing of this entire thing to the point that this becomes plain text? I don't know. That is a weirdo quirk. Just one more weirdo quirk of the markdown parser that I don't understand, and at this point don't even care about understanding. And it is unfortunate. But yeah, the fact that they're not being told, that's what caused the whole problem. But here's at least what we can do that we're not doing right now. We're not complaining in my analysis code. I'm not complaining that these IDs don't exist. And I think I should do that. And I actually was wrong. You do find footnote definitions as you're looping through the system. You find them when you stumble upon them. They are essentially intermixed between like siblings, either at the top level maybe, or maybe even inside blocks. So you do stumble upon them. You do find them. So I think that this feature can be improved in two ways. One is we should complain about duplicate IDs when we find a footnote with a duplicate ID. And we should complain when we find a reference that does not have a footnote definition corresponding to it. But that is something that we can do. This is not going to solve all problems. Some problems are part of the Markdown parser, and it's like that thing is fucked up as is, and there's nothing we can do. But we can do better than what we're doing today, I think. Actually, you know what? I am getting slightly antsy, slightly worried, because maybe I didn't do this work because I was lazy when I was implementing this feature, or in any case, overwhelmed one way or another. Or maybe I didn't implement this because it turns out that the stupid Markdown parser doesn't give us the tools necessary to implement this correctly. Let's hope that it is not that situation, and let's hope that it was on me and not on the parser. So when we find a footnote definition, let's see if it is a duplicate ID. Parent footnote definition. I think we're going to have to play with this API a little bit to understand what's going on. Okay, let's start with this because this is where most of the logic is. So we find a footnote reference. We look at the literal. That's going to be the name of the reference. And we gop the footnote reference in here. And then also, why is foot found existing, which is a boolean, printed as an any? That's weird. Okay, so then what we put in there, like what we initialize the value with, is it's we have a struct for footnotes. Definition ID, reference IDs, and a node pointing to the definition. How do we know what the definition is? Because from the reference, we can get a handle to the definition. Okay. We get an handle to the definition. Oh, and then when we generate these IDs, we don't use the names that they are using. But instead, IX, IX, instead we use numbering. Okay. So to the footnote, we give ID FN, whatever the index is. And then to the reference, we give a more complex ID. And then we say that we add an ID. We add as an ID the reference ID, but that surprises me. Why are we adding the reference ID and we're not bothering adding the definition ID when we find one? So if we added the definition ID, okay, so given how this seems to be shaped, it seems to me that it's not really possible for us to detect duplicate definitions. Wait, this whole thing is blowing my mind. Then what the heck am I even getting when I do this and there is no definition for something? So like here I'm doing ref 4. Okay, let's do this. Like there is no ref 1, there is no ref 4. Why am I getting a value back from? Because if the definition doesn't exist, the construct degrades into plain text. Of course it does. Why wouldn't it, right? Oh my god. This is horrible. Also, man, if I ever needed a quintessential example of this stuff being cursed in the markdown parser, maybe other parsers might make different decisions, but this one is clearly deciding this. Why is this not blowing up? Okay, I'm flabbergasted at the fact that this is not even blowing up this. Why is this even optional then? Why is this even optional? Because we're clearly not getting null. This is a dot question mark. My build would explode. My build should explode if this were null. So what is going on? Oh yeah, no, right. I know what is going on. What is going on is that I actually answered this a moment ago. That becomes plain text. This function just never gets called if the parent footnote definition doesn't exist because it automatically becomes plain text. So like if we do this, never mind. This is all plain text right now. Wait, what is going on? Was this right? Oh, there we go. So this was right. Wait, never mind. Okay, so I'm wait. So I am semi right. Hmm. Okay, I see what the problem is. The problem is that this template does not render footnotes. I think the page, well, not the post. The post one renders footnotes. Oh shit, this does not render footnotes either. Really? Uh, Nothing renders footnotes. Or null if node doesn't have a footnote reference. Yeah, but that is, wait, I think you're looking at something defined on a footnote definition, right? Because I'm looking at a footnote reference and I'm trying to get the definition from it, but it seems yeah, okay. What a mess. Um I don't remember what the syntax is for rendering footnotes, so let me go figure that out. There we go, footnotes. So this is kind of what you want. So let's go do that in the index. Um, because this is where I'm doing the testing. So localhost is showing me the Zin website, which means that we have multiple instances. Oh, this Zin died. Interesting. Panic index out of bounds. Perfect. How did we get there? Okay, this is something that we need to figure out as well. Yeah, this needs to go. I'm guessing this is gonna crash again. Yeah. So somehow we're landing on a render directive that contains nothing. But what is it? Is this a ref4 thing? No. Is this? Wait, what? Index out of bounds. Index 1, length 1. Hmm. When doing print URL. So there's a somehow print link prefix. Index 1, length 1 when trying to find the other variant ID. Excuse-moi. I was about to say, well, the good news is that it gets analyzed, but it is also fading spectacularly. Why is it attempting to find a variant with ID 1 when we are in a website, in a simple website that has only one variant? So that value has no reason to be anything other than 0. And then, more importantly, why was this causing a out of bounds? Oh, now this is causing. Okay, now this is reliably causing this. So this is correct. Error unknown page. This is correct. But this is not a footnote. This is a footnote. And as a footnote, man, things go wildly out of whack here. So this seems to be us trying to render this directive. Oh, you know what it is? Okay, I think I know what it is. The problem is we're expecting to find a directive that has been analyzed. And I think we might be even straight up reading garbage memory because yeah, we are not doing an analysis pass on this bad boy. I think that is the problem. So ultimately, I think okay, so I take everything back. Ultimately, I think the issue was right. We are not analyzing this, and we should. And I thought that we were analyzing these things because somewhere in this looping thing is I have yeah, analyze footnote definition if you find one. And then we call analyze siblings on it. But guess what? I bet you that footnote definition should go in here. And we're gonna learn pretty fast if what I'm doing here is wrong, because we're definitely gonna hit the unreachable and we're gonna crash if I'm right, or rather, sorry, if I'm wrong. But that also means that when we go in here, that's when we analyze the footnote definition. Let's see how this goes. Holy shit, we did hit unreachable code. Okay, this is blowing my mind even more. So the fact that we are hitting that unreachable, like, yeah, it really means that I'm wrong. So then no, we should not analyze that there. We should analyze it here. we should analyze it here as we were doing. I'm gonna add some debug printing. Can I like get the source? Render plain text. Is this a try thing? Yeah, it's a try thing. So there we go. This is the footnote. Start index a lot is larger than index 19. Yeah, you're right. Also, that start index is really a lot. Somehow, I suspect that that start index is probably not exactly a correct value. um, so yeah, we're definitely reading garbage. We are definitely reading garbage. But we are analyzing the footnote. We are, without a doubt, analyzing the footnote. So, what does that mean? I think this means this is starting to make me think that this is wrong. Out of curiosity, if we were to not do this, so what this code is doing is that is essentially detaching from the AST all the footnote nodes, which I thought was an operation that wouldn't cause problems, but apparently it is. Apparently, unlinking the node from the AST causes it to become invalid somehow. But then if we don't do it, then we render it twice. So that means that we need to in our renderer we need to skip rendering footnotes. I guess this was wrong all along. So in HTML, well, in Zine, HTML.zig, the iterator oh shit, if start node type is footnote definition start, else start from the root. Okay. So here I need footnote definition. Essentially, we want to skip the footnote definition. Can we skip it? Does our iterator support this idea of skipping where we are? I bet you that my stupid fucking iterator does not support that stuff. Oh, it's an SuperMD iterator. Okay. Reset. I guess we want to reset on the current node with an exit. Let's see if we can do that. Whatever condition is going to be. I guess it's essentially this is the condition. I think the comment is superfluous. Like if the start node is not if we're not starting from a footnote definition, then yeah, let's move the iterator to exiting this node. What is the actual correct way of referencing the node though? It's node. Okay. Node ezv.node. Okay, let's see if this builds. Okay. And we don't render see about twice. Yeah. This looks weird, but it's because the example code is simplistic and it's not well styled, but this is correct. This becoming plain text disgusting, but that is not up to me. Absolutely fucking disgusting, but that is not up to me. So yeah, I think with this we have fixed the problem. Let me run the test suite. Let's see how we're doing. Huh. Oh, right. Fuck. So there was this footnote that we were supposed to render in a snapshot test that we were failing to render, and I never noticed. That's on me. Let me double check now that this makes sense, that what we're saying makes sense. So this is the draft simple. This is a footnote that should not break this page. Yeah. Oh, wait. No, this was not supposed to be. This is, oh my God. Right. This is my debug print showing up. That is, okay, so that was never meant to be. It was not never meant to be printed. Although, um, maybe it should be rendered, but maybe it was. So yeah, I would say that we are passing tests. Okay. Um, we fixed it. I am kind of surprised that that this is wrong. That unlinking a node deletes it. I did not expect that to be the case. It's either that or that causes some stale pointer to be shared to be stored somewhere. Maybe somewhere we don't store a pointer to this node, but we store a pointer that points to this node. I don't know. I don't think that is the case, but that would explain this code being wrong without the implication that unlink also frees the node, because I don't think that unlink is supposed to even free the node. I might be wrong, but I don't think it's supposed to. Man, this parser is a mess in any case. Holy shit. Let's go find out what's unlink supposed to do. Yeah, cmark node free unlinks the node and then frees it. Unlink a node without adjusting its next prev and parent pointers. Yeah, this doesn't free the fucking node. Well, I mean, it's not the end of the world because this other approach also works. But I am weirded out a little bit. So I don't know. Um, I'll take it. Like obviously, if I was more serious about using this parser to its full extent and designing everything correctly, I would spend more effort trying to understand what was happening in here. But I'm not, because I want to get rid of it. So this is just getting me one step closer to replacing it. So I would say that this is gonna be it. So let's start by pushing SuperMD. I mean, I hate this because if somebody is a user of this library, I'm gonna give them an annoying breaking change, but I genuinely have no idea how to do this otherwise. Is this giving me parent footnote definition? I still cannot understand how this was causing problems. Well, I'm sorry for users of this library. There's nothing I can do. I read through the Zig versus Bun posts, thoroughly enjoyed them. um, good for you. There has been some drama, yes, with a lot of like strong feelings back and forth. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It's all shade. I do think that the negative attention has overall been a net negative. I think that we would have been better off without it. But at the same time, the there was a there was the result of, if you will, bad moves. It wasn't something that anybody was actively trying to get. There has been brigading on the issue tracker. Also, there has been a bunch of confusion all around, which is bad. To me, the worst. I think to me there are like two things that are like really bad. One is that there has been a lot of misinformation spreading all around because um, because you have both people that react emotionally to things, which sometimes hinders the quality of the analysis that they do when evaluating something, and sometimes and some of it is also because there's plenty of people right now from the outside who just straight up don't give a fuck about Zig, don't give a fuck about making good software. Um, or rather, like, I'm not saying this in the sense that, oh, we are the only ones who care about making good software, and then who hates on us doesn't necessarily. No, I'm not saying this, but there is some of that in the Z community. The Z community is one community that does try to make good software. Not the only ones for sure, but we do try. And then, but then there's people who are here only for the drama because they have learned about it from some silly tech influencer or whatever, maybe by reading something on Twitter, because also Twitter is full of idiots. And And so they also have no interest whatsoever in evaluating things, from on the technical merits. They are way more interested in milking all the drama that they can from everything, from anything. So, for example, uh, the the issue, um, uh, the issue that Andrew opened to start working on a implementation of Field C for Zig. That one is just that one is essentially just a follow up of a uh, long running open issue for having a build mode that detects all illegal behavior, or as much illegal behavior as you can. And FieldC is an approach that allows you to cover a lot of that ground in a way that we currently are unable with the today implementation of release safe. And a lot of people have been commenting that it's a cope, because we have to one up Rust or something like this. While in reality, it's just a useful tool to have on your tool belt, and it is a essentially taking what already exists in debug mode, like the extra safe rails that you have in the debug mode and in release safe mode, and then just having that also for use after free and whatnot. So it's just a good idea to have, and it's not like a particularly big change of direction, but people have been commenting on it in ways that are absolutely unfair and stupid, straight up stupid, because they are trying to milk the drama. That some of that has also bled into the Z community. Like there are also, in my opinion, people in the Z community that have that are confused ultimately about, for example, the Field C issue. In part also because there have been these external influences. So all in all, I think that is the worst part of it. So give me a second because there's somebody at the door. I'll be right back. Um, yeah. So overall, this to me has been the problem. Sorry, I mentioned two problems. This is one problem. The other problem is that because of all the high tension around the ban stuff, I think there's a lot of actually important facts that people just um, don't like ended up not even believing. For example, the fact that the ban code base, as big as it was, it could have been enjoying instant or close to instant rebuilds, and it was entirely on them not being able to leverage that. And uh, I do think that the communication from Anthropic at this point has been uh, has been unfair. No, I think the word that I'm looking for is not unfair, but has been essentially not entirely upfront on this regard. And for example, if you right now on the front page of Hacker News, there's a link to a fork of Ban that somebody else made, and they just did the work to get incremental compilation going, and they can rebuild the entire code base in less than 1 second, because that's how good incremental is. Um, so to me, these are the two bigger problems. Anything you learn from the experience personally? I mean, I would say not really, because I feel that all that there is to learn on this subject, I've already learned by making my own mistakes in the past. Um, but at the same time, I can speak for myself. I can only speak for myself. I'm trying to rewrite a simple Raylib game from Odin to Zig, and one thing I notice is how much slower the building process is compared to Odin. 2 seconds versus almost instant builds in Odin. Those are incremental builds. I'm not sure what it's caused by Raylib bindings, but they seem pretty lightweight. Random Hacker, what is your setup? What's your architecture, and what's your CPU architecture, and what's your OS? Also, when you say those are incremental rebuilds, we're talking about you're doing Zig build -- watch -- f incremental. Today, this is the invocation that you have to make in order to get an incremental rebuild. Okay, so if you are not using this invocation and you are, sorry, 1 - in f incremental. So long story short, no, you are not using incremental rebuilds in Zig, because this is how you get incremental rebuilds, and they currently don't work on Arch 64. They only work on x86 64. And the best platform for that at the moment is Linux. So myself right now, as I'm developing Zine, I'm not able to use incremental rebuilds because the backend it's actually very far along, but it's just not quite there. So no, you are not using incremental rebuilds. You are doing full rebuilds. And I'll tell you another thing. Not only you are doing full rebuilds, but Zig from the get-go aimed to do essentially, Unity builds using C lingo, meaning that everything goes into one compilation unit so that all the optimizations can be run, so that you can do, well, it's not just optimizations, but at the very least, it's also optimizations that can run through the whole thing. You don't need LTO in Zig when it comes to Zig code. So, so Zig builds everything in a single compilation unit, and it has no concept of splitting the Zig code into multiple compilation units, because it always aimed to do full-blown incremental from the start. And as you are rebuilding your compilation unit, you are also every single time recompiling your dependencies, all of them, and also all the standard library, all the parts of the standard library that you're using. So I don't know precisely how compilation works in Odin, and I would not be surprised to learn that Odin compilation speed is just, all around really good. So awesome. But if, for example, Odin has the concept of compilation units and it is not rebuilding the standard library from scratch every single time, that alone is already an orange to apples comparison in terms of what is happening. Obviously, in terms of what is your resulting user experience, one will be faster than the other, regardless of these tiny implementation details. But this is, I guess I'm saying this to let you know that normal non-incremental builds without this in Zig, they do a lot of they redo a lot of work every single time, and there is just no optimization whatsoever in terms of reusing partial results of the compilation. The build system overall will do caching, but within one compilation job, there is not going to be any reuse of anything unless you opt into full-blown incremental. And once you enter full-blown incremental, I promise you, it's not going to be 2 seconds. It's going to be instant. Unless you somehow hit some, corner case that for some reason it's like pathological in the current implementation, but I find that to be somewhat unlikely. In any case, it's something that's going to be fixed in that case. I'm an old man, so I try to skip the drama. I like Rust, I like Zig. They seem to have different goals. Zig to me is a serious effort to replace low-level languages. Rust to me is a high-level language that compiles to efficient code. There are certainly some differences. There are also some overlap, but there is also, sometimes there is a hint of religiousness to certain things, and I'm definitely saying this as a criticism to Rust as a community in general, in a way that Zig doesn't really have. I'm sure that there are people that really like Zig, and somewhere out there's somebody who is annoying about it, and they shouldn't be. But if you hang out in a Zig community, you will see that people are not religious about Zig, and so in the past there has been a lot of pushback from, you know, like every time you go on Hacker News, there is at least somebody who says, what even is the point of Zig when when there are memory safe languages and Zig is not memory safe? And now that there is a proposal to approach memory safety in a different way than Rust, then all this drama also happens. Some of it, though, it's on us, because I would agree that Andrew has made decisions with the style of his communication that he could have avoided for sure. But this pushback is always there. Like if you also go and find about Phil C, and like all the you know, replies that he gets on social media and the comments that people make, oftentimes comments from Rust, although not always so, you will see that there is a lot of like dumb pushback that makes no sense, that is not motivated by you know, a disagreement on the engineering. It's entirely predicated on something else. I think the Rust mentioning in the Phil C issue was a bit unfortunate. Agreed. It sparkled this already heated the situation up again. Yeah. The new title we've mentioned in the borrow checker specifically made it much more clear that what Andrew tried to compare there. Yeah. Yeah. So Random Hacker, if you happen to have a Linux x86-64 machine, just for, you know, just for your own safety, no, just for your own sanity. Like you've experienced something, right? And you heard me say something that doesn't, that is compatible with your experience, but that doesn't, you know, confirm it, and that it still maybe leaves some questions for you. My recommendation is, if you can, get your hands on a x86-64 machine with Linux on it and try to actually do this and see if it is fast or not, so that you yourself can know what the truth is. Unfortunately, damn, you cannot yet do that on Mac. By the way, that is annoying me as well, because I myself would love to be able to use incremental, you know, so that I don't have to wait whatever it takes to build Zine every single time that I make a change. But like, do this for yourself so that you can know if you're being lied to or not. Like, I genuinely would encourage you, because I myself would be happier to talk with people that have the opportunity to experience firsthand what I'm talking about, so that they don't have to take my word for it. Like, I'm actually almost asking it to you as a favor. I mean, no, obviously, ultimately, you decide for yourself, and it is for your benefit. But really, it's I don't know. As of late, it seems that all these things they seem more up to opinion than they need to be, man. They shouldn't need to be up to opinion. This is not up to opinion. It's a fact. So I don't know. We'll get there. We'll get there. I think I love working with Zig that much because you write and think like the computer works, and because it hides very little from the user. Though these I really learned a lot. Sorry, through this I really learned a lot of new low-level concepts, and for this I take the boilerplate. That has been also my experience as well. I also feel like that. I don't know. To me, the boilerplate is not even all that bad. But you know, regardless, that has been my experience as well. I was never like I never spent effort into learning lower level programming in the past. Part of it because I always felt that C and C++ made it unnecessarily hard, and so when I thought about making efficient use of my time and of my energy in the past, I ended up prioritizing web things, because I mean, obviously, it translates much more easily into job opportunities, and yeah. And I mean, it's not like you should know how to do stuff in the web, so that's how I started. But then I found Zig, and it really clicked for me. And to me, it ended up being kind of a cheat code for learning lower level programming much more efficiently than otherwise. I can imagine that Rust has been the same for other people. Um, Although Rust comes with its own set of trade-offs around that, and I those trade-offs don't really match my preferences at all. Rust is better suited for writing existing stuff. Yeah, definitely. Also because um, to get the benefits from Rust, you have to rewrite it, right? If you want the safety of the border checker, you get it from Rust code. You don't get it from linking to C code. So until the stuff has been ported to Rust, you don't get any benefit. And also, Rust is its own language, so it doesn't compile C code. So having a C dependency in Rust is annoying twice, right? It's annoying because it is code that you don't really get many guarantees from. I mean, you can lock down the API, you can lock down the usage with bindings that make good use of safe abstractions, so that you can guarantee that the C library does not get misused. But then there is nothing in depth in the C library that would get you the type of guarantees that you get from the Rust code itself. So yeah, that's until you go all through all that effort, you're always leaving something on the table, including also the fact that Rust is not a C compiler. So having a C dependency opens the door to all the C dependency annoyance, which is the same for, I mean, this is true not just for Rust. This is true of every language except Zig, because Zig is the only language insane enough to decide to take on compiling and doing all that is necessary to take care from the bottom up all of your C and C++ dependencies. So I mean, it's normal, I guess, but it is in practice an annoyance that you don't have in Zig. It's very challenging to experiment and iterate quickly in Rust, which matters a lot for building cool new stuff. Zig is much better in that sense, but the standard library docs are what slows things down. Yeah. Well, for the docs, I would say that once you get used enough, you can read the source code and the doc comments directly. Like I don't like when you say docs, I'm assuming that you don't mean the language reference, because I believe the language reference, so not the standard library, just the language itself, I think that is documented well enough. But the standard library has crappy docs. They are a POC project, that's for sure. This was on GitHub. I think, I don't know if we still have it somewhere, but if not, we definitely need to put it back on. But like the recommendation in general is just to read the standard library code, which is obviously a hurdle for newcomers. That is not a doubt, and it is a reflection of the fact that we are still on V0 language, work in progress language, and on top of that, there is standard library churn for sure, especially recently with the new IO stuff that has been very invasive. But at the same time, it's kind of necessary if you want to have async without having an ecosystem split. So in that sense, from my perspective, the cost, the non-trivial cost that has, that change has imposed on the community is really well worth it in the long run. But yeah, in the short term, it's just a long list of annoying things that you have to worry about. Yeah, that's why I rant about standard library, IO, and whatnot. Yeah, I get it for sure. YouTube comments don't work. Yeah, sorry. What are people saying on YouTube? Sorry. Let me follow up a little bit. Hi, Loris. What is the best non-annoying way of presenting talking about proposal features as a Zig user? I have two things that I'm sure are generally useful for everyone that I want to discuss. Hi, Karim. If you're still around, what I would recommend is, let's see, but I know the core team is quite conservative with things like this, as they should be. My recommendation would be, so opening proposals directly right now is like you need to find somebody in the core team to champion your idea for that to be a proposal that you open on the issue tracker. But for example, you can discuss it on Ziggit. If you open a thread on Ziggit, Ziggit is the like Ziggit.dev is the online forum um, community. That is one place where you can do that. Another one would be maybe posting in the ZSF Zulip. Although, you know, I'm not sure what would be the better move, but I would say that in any case, the Ziggit Discord, what am I saying? The Ziggit forum is not a bad place to start. And then from there, you can see some feedback. I will tell you though that if you're not a long-term user of Zig, it's likely that your idea is not accounting for, some implementation details, something that was hashed out in the past, maybe. So I would say, if you have an opinion that you feel it's going to be that you want for people to evaluate, go for that. Be aware that it is somewhat unlikely that you will be presenting something that people will immediately say, holy shit, that is a genius idea. Why haven't we thought about it before? It is possible. Man, if that is the what ends up happening, I would love, obviously, for that to happen. But like, don't feel bad if you present an idea and then in the end the result, like you receive some pushback or some people say, yeah, we tried this already and didn't work out, or this was in any case discarded, or like something similar was discarded in the past because of this and that reason. So manage your expectations. I guess that is the best way of putting it. Do you think that at some point the compiler could build many languages? I know about C and C++. I'm talking about other languages that could be Z compatible, but on higher level. So when you mean compiling other languages, you're talking about having a front end for other languages. I think that having a front end for other languages is very unlikely. I think it's much more likely that there could be new weird backends for Zig. So, for example, one crazy but not entirely impossible idea would be having a JavaScript backend for Zig. So the ability to compile Zig to JavaScript. I would say it's very unlikely because essentially that's WebAssembly. Like if your goal is to run some Zig code in a browser, you can do that already with WebAssembly. But in a world where WebAssembly did not exist, I would say it would have been fairly likely that we would have had a JavaScript backend, and I wouldn't necessarily entirely assume that that is never going to happen. But front ends for other things, for other input languages, somewhat unlikely. Somewhat unlikely. I was all in on Rust until I woke up one day and every network library used async, and the beautiful thread safe language with good compilers turned into a Tokyo tool chain with insane dependencies. There are not non-async libraries anymore, and I don't like writing async Rust, so I don't write Rust anymore. Wow, well, that is unfortunate. Hopefully, we will be able to avoid this problem with Zig. We'll see. Zig allows for functional and OP. I mean, nobody can stop you from doing these things, but I wouldn't say that the language encourages you particularly. If you ask me in a vacuum, I would say that neither of those two things is a particularly good fit for Zig. You can do it, and it's your project. You decide what style of things you want to do. But OP tends to imply pointer chasing, individual separate heap allocations, and just structuring data in a way that is ultimately harder for the computer to deal with in exchange for benefits that sometimes are there. When you are in an organization and you need to make the things understandable to a bunch of different people, and or making extensibility match somewhat what the organizational structure is of the company. But yeah, but it's generally not really considered a good idea. At least let me put it this way, nowhere near as much as it is considered a good idea in other ecosystems where, OP. I went to university, and OP was presented to be as the way, the modern way in which you do programs. Functional style is, in a sense, the same thing, but with different trade-offs. So I would say that in general, the way idiomatic Zig looks like is neither functional nor OP. It looks imperative. Um, but with everything, there's caveats, and you're the king of your own project, and you decide what you want to do in there. Um, Good evening. Are you radicalized yet? I think I am. I noticed you had it open earlier, but I had to go. Um, yeah, well, I joined their Zulip and I asked questions. Do I have still the Zulip link open? Am I not? In any case, I did join their Zulip. I asked questions. I'm starting to wrap my head around, all the finer details, and I am radicalized in the sense that I think it's a really cool way to go. I think that this is the one. I feel like that this is the one way of getting off the cyclical problem of everybody that depends on one thing, that one thing enshittifies. Everybody depends on a new thing, that new thing enshittifies. Codeberg is also another approach to solving this. Um, and obviously also self-hosting Forjo, but I think that Radical is strictly preferable to self-hosting Forjo, or close to strictly. So at the very least, mostly preferable to self-hosting Forjo. And Codeberg has its own issues that um, you might or might not agree with. That in any case are their own set of problems. Like they disallow LLM repositories. They also recently, well, that is also recent, but they also apparently disallow crypto, like blockchain related stuff. Um, and For the LLMs, I think it makes practical sense to want to avoid some of that because it's just it's just a lot of resource consumption for a questionable amount of value. Not that every single repo needs to be available, but LLM, if you go full agentic coding with a lot of CI usage, etc., you consume a lot of resources, and then if nobody's using your stuff, man, it is a cost for nothing in return. While if you have a tiny repo where you just commit your stuff, even if it doesn't, even if it's not used by anybody, the cost of maintaining your thing in that case is dramatically lower. As for the crypto stuff, I don't love crypto stuff myself. I mean, I've been on the record multiple times not really loving anything crypto related. But I understand it much less. I think that one is much more ideological than practical, um, and uh, and I think that it is valuable to have a system that allows you to find a balance between shouldering the cost of keeping something online in terms like keeping some source code available online, and also giving people the freedom to do whatever they want, uh, regardless of what your ethical ideas are with regards to crypto or not crypto, for example. Again, and I'm saying this as somebody who really doesn't love crypto, but I I don't love crypto, and at the same time, I don't love Codeberg's ban of crypto, if that makes sense. So in that sense, I find that Radical is awesome. Anybody who does not want to reseed crypto repositories can do so. Anybody who wants or doesn't care either way, they do that, and at the same time, everything is kept sustainable for everybody. That's I guess my general impression. Do. Why? Why not have a front end for their higher level languages? Um, I would say that because the argument is that it's not nowhere near as important as supporting C and C++. Like you want to support C and C++, and to be clear, the full list is longer. C, C++, Objective C, Objective C++. I think maybe also Fortran. But in any case, whatever Clang supports already. So those are the backbone of bootstrapping a system and dealing with anything that is critical infrastructure. um Compiling Python, for example, I mean that might not be the best example, although actually you do mention Python. But compiling something high level is not as critical. You could argue that it would be nice to have, and maybe there are some benefits, but although we, I don't know, we would have to discuss what they exactly are, because at the moment I'm not entirely clear. But in any case, they are not part of the critical infrastructure. So that is the point. Like if it was not the case that operating systems, key libraries for number crunching, cryptography, networking, image processing, drivers, like if the low level stuff was not all of most of it in C or C++, then I think that Zig wouldn't even bother uh, having the ability to compile and cross compile those things. But the problem is that C and C++ in that sense are special languages in a way that high level programming languages are never going to be. So that to me is the key thing, the key difference. How do you do dependency injection in Zig? You accept your dependency as a parameter that has to be provided to your function or to the initialization to the initializer of your struct, for example. So you do dependency injection by passing in the dependency straight up. There is no automagic container bullshit going on, if that is what you're referring to. I hate that shit in C sharp. So, but setting aside my preferences, that yeah, you're just passing the argument. Are there closures in Zig? No. Does this Radical have a repo? Uh, yeah, they host it on Radical. Like Heartwood is the core implementation. I personally don't think that the current IO would work in the long run, but it's an interesting idea. I would prefer it to coexist with the old IO, though, as opposed to replacing it right away. I think I can give you some context on that as well. So, for it to ever have a chance of working, it has to be the standard way in which you do IO, because everybody needs to standardize on that interface so that you can swap implementations. True, not everybody necessarily, let's say, especially maybe if you're doing if you're making a library should try to be reusable, so it should it should use the interface. But especially if you're making an application, you shouldn't have to buy into that piece of machinery if you really don't care. And that is fair. So in that sense, the problem currently is this: the old lower level, non abstracted, let's say, IO interface could not have been kept as is in order to build the IO interface on top. It had to change and essentially expose more machinery, more like, for example, expose interrupt. Whenever like a syscall gets interrupted, that needs to bubble up all the way to the IO interface. So the old lower level IO operations, as they were, could not stay. They were changed to fulfill the needs of the IO interface. What it is currently missing is a convenient way of accessing these lower level APIs outside of the IO implementation. And I think that that is going to improve over time. But at the same time, it is something that that will be always considered the alternative way, not the default way. Because if you consider that the default way, then people don't opt into the IO interface, and essentially you haven't gained anything from this system, or rather you're not, you haven't gained the key things from this system. So we'll see how it goes. But in any case, for in order to be able to even attempt this, the IO interface has to be the main way, and the, let's say, non-abstracted way of doing IO right now is just taking a backseat for a moment. Um, but it will definitely be improved. I mean, I can say with full confidence that while IO should be the main way, the default way in which you do IO, I can say with full confidence that that obviously should not be the only way in which you do IO. That's for sure. The reason I'm skeptical is mainly because with new IO, there doesn't seem to be a way to combine concurrency paradigms, e.g., running coroutines in multiple threads. What? Um, I think. Well, this sounds like a wrong statement to me. Unless you're talking about some more fine grained control than what the interface gives you, um, running coroutines on multiple threads is 100% part of the things that you should be able to do. Actually, I would even say the implementations in the Zig standard library maybe are taking a while to come online. Other the implementations other than the straight up multi-threaded one. But if you want something in the meantime, um, check out this third-party implementation by a community member by Lalinsky. This is an implementation of async IO called Zio. You can either use it directly, so you use it, you use its own things, so you specialize on it, or you can use it through the standard IO interface, and that way you will see exactly what it is that you can or cannot do through the IO interface. And to be clear, this one is green threads multiplexed on multiple operating system threads. So these already exist. Any of these out there? Uh, Wait, your thing was about. Oh wait, so your these are your proposals. Okay, sorry, Scopy, you are Karim GFX, man. Okay. By the way, it was not obvious at all. By the way, what what that was you and what you were referring to. Sorry. Let's see. Inline struct name declarations directly while defining the variable. Struct name declarations. No, you can put an inline struct definitions, but struct definitions are in Zig by nature defined as being anonymous, and they gain a name when you bind them to a decal the first time. So I would say this is. I mean, if you want to discuss it, feel free, but this is unlikely uh, to be accepted. Or rather, what would be the benefit? Because oftentimes people are suggesting ways of shortening the syntax of Zig, so that instead of having first you define the struct type and then you use it, and yeah, you could do it in line and gain some. It would be more terse. That's fair. But if that comes at the cost of complicating the language further, complicating the parser, complicating the analysis, etc., that tends to be rejected, because as a user, you don't feel directly the cost of complicating the parser and the semantic analysis. And so you're tempted to say, well, but I don't feel that, and I do feel the extra typing that I have to do. So it should be worth it, because ultimately you pay the complexity once, right? You implement it once, and then you enjoy the terseness forever. fair. But on the other hand, you're making it harder. You're making the compiler slower, and you're making it harder to build tooling for Zig. And there is really a lot to gain by making sure that building tooling for Zig is as simple as possible or close to. So, and I mean something to gain as a user. Like as a user of the language, you want for tooling creators for them to be as easy as possible so that you can get more and better tooling around Zig in the future also when it comes to things that maybe we have not thought about yet. So um so that's one thing. Is switch case member grouping and using their value members if they share them like it's already possible within line else. You can already do that. Like if you have a union that contains uh A and B, which are both U size, in a switch, you can do dot A comma dot B in a single branch. That works. And it works because they both have the same payload type. So that exists already. I had dependency injection libraries, hence my question. If the language allows automatic dependency injection is great, otherwise it's pain. Yeah, no, it's the dependency injection in Zig is okay. You know what? Maybe I'm wrong, and the correct terminology is not dependency injection. But really, you want something to have maybe dependency inversion is the right term. I don't know. Regardless, you accept it as a parameter. That's it. Like you do it manually. You you don't do it with weirdo libraries. Yeah, I get it. That is very unlikely to be something that gets accepted, though. Isn't terseness for users a fairly good argument? It depends in exchange for what. I think, I'm saying this also thinking about my own experience. In the past, before I learned more about how compilers work, I also always assumed that extra complexity in the implementation of the compiler is not really that big of a deal. If that ends up favoring terseness for users. But no, there is a cost. There is a cost that is not just for the compiler authors. Like the point is that Zig is not trying to be a simple language so that the compiler authors don't have to do hard things. That is, I can promise you, absolutely not it. You will find that there are plenty of people in the core team who are insane and will absolutely take on challenges that somebody who is not going to do inline named structs just for not having to deal with the extra complexity of that, they would definitely not want to do those other things. um the problem is different. There is a cost. There is a huge cost, like languages like C++, and I suspect in the future also Swift, due to their complexity, they gain so much mass and momentum in the sense that they start going in a direction and then adjusting that direction and getting them to like improving things becomes impossible. Like how do you like today think about it, it is significantly easier to improve C than it is to improve C++. It's significantly easier to implement a new faster parser or linter or static analyzer for C than you can for C++. And that is entirely due to the different order of magnitude of complexity that is in either language. And even then, I would say the C itself is already a can of worm. Like C is also already not the as easy as it could be. Yes, this works. Let me show you. Um, in Zig 16, I don't think so. I don't know. You know what? Let me try it out. Maybe I'm full of shit. Maybe I think it works and it doesn't. Let's see. Okay, there we go. But no, it's not Zig 16. I can do Zig up 0.15.2. I think. Let's see. This works. This has worked for a very long time. I think that in your case, maybe you're dealing with something that is more complicated and that is causing the issue. Or you know what? I think I might be seeing a pattern here. If, and this goes back, by the way, to your to complicated implications of your stuff. Yes. If you have this, Zig does not do structural equality between struct types. They are based on identities. So these are two different struct definitions. They are not compatible with one another. They are compatible through comp time. So if you're doing an inline else, because they have the same shape, you will be able to essentially leverage metaprogramming to transparently access the A field in either definition. Yes. Which coincidentally is going to be cool because it's also going to work in case that they have different shape, but they happen to only share A if you're only interested in A. But this is entirely metaprogramming. So yeah, for them to have the same type, you need to define the struct once. Or let's say N for num. There you go. So maybe this also gives you an idea, right, of the implications behind doing inline with the same name, uh, whether that should be the same thing or not. Currently, they're not. So there's implications behind these proposals. So this works in any case. So you should be good. Put your definitions at the bottom. You'll have to do some work maybe if you have a lot of types. But if they share the same, if they are essentially the same struct, you only define it once and then you keep reusing the name. So yeah. Couldn't the compiler do inline grouping? I'm not sure what you mean. Or rather, maybe I can answer it in one way. Hello, Matt. When you have one type and you write this will result in essentially the same machine code share for both cases. Both cases will ultimately run the same exact same machine code. If you are leveraging this other system where maybe it's like this, when you're using metaprogramming, when you're doing inline, you write it once, but inlining, conceptually speaking, implies copy pasting the same thing multiple times, once for each case. So there's going to be one line that implements the code for A and one that implements the code for B. And even though you are accessing, num.a, even though you're accessing num.a, in both cases, the A field of this struct might be at a different offset than the A field of this struct. Maybe this struct in memory will have the Boolean first and then the number second. So to access the A field, you have to add an offset. And in this case, you do not add an offset. So with the inline metaprogramming, while you write it only once, you will have two different copies of the machine code where one will do the extra offset and the other will not. So they are not the same thing. They are absolutely not the same thing. And you don't want these extra machine code to be generated if it is not necessary. So that is something that you have to keep in mind. They're like doing inline for this versus the other version, they are not the same thing. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And in Zig, you care about what machine code you are generating. So this is not something that is designed to be transparent. This is something that is like you are expressively asking for different things from the compiler. Be aware of that. Okay, I'm gonna push my stuff. Okay, so SuperMD has been updated. Now we're going Zine, Zig fetch. Run tests. I have to say though, regardless of the two things I mentioned, writing my game engine has been amazing. Well, glad you had a good opportunity. Um. Oh, I was using the old Zig version. Do you have any general PR reviewing tips? I've only really asked to PR review for the past year, and I feel subpar at it. I like pair programming initially as a feedback mechanism more. So, are you asking for suggestions with regards to you reviewing somebody else's PR? Did I get that right? What is going on? No space left. Oh shit. We have a chunky boy cache probably. But yeah, we definitely have a chunky boy cache. One day we'll get automatic cleanup of the cache. Not today though. Okay. Yeah. So I think that mm, I think I can only speak with some confidence, which is not a lot of confidence, but some confidence when it comes to accepting PRs in my own projects where I am the maintainer and BDFL. And so um, ultimately, I think that a very good way of looking at PRs is about making a contributor more effective at giving you what you want, which means that the nitpicks, um, I think you can somewhat easily conclude whether a given nitpick would be something that would improve your merging experience going forward in the future or not. So, for example, sometime if somebody is using, a name for a variable that you yourself wouldn't use, but it's not a big deal, then I would not bother making a comment about it because thinking about merging another PR in the future with that same thing, with that same issue in it, wouldn't really change my life. While some other times, maybe somebody's using a function name that is not just what you wouldn't use, but it is something that you find actively problematic. And so, maybe they're using the wrong style. Um, Maybe that is the wrong style, or straight up just a worse name than what you yourself could come up with, which happens a lot. In my case, I experienced this also the other way around. Like oftentimes people find better names for things that I can come up with. So um, in that case, it's probably more worth it because um, then ideally, if the point lands, if you're able to explain it in an effective manner, the next time you're gonna get a PR that is not gonna have that issue ideally. And same with other things in the code. For example, somebody's doing heap allocation where they shouldn't. Definitely something that you want to point out. Um, and ideally, they gain something from you. So like even though I phrase this as entirely your for your own benefit, if you're doing a good job and you know something, then they what they learn is not just your arbitrary preferences, but they will learn something good. I think really a great example is avoiding heap allocations when they are not necessary. um that being said, you also have another tool in your tool belt, which is everything that you point out as a mistake to be fixed is something that requires a round trip. You tell them, they make the change, you evaluate the change. So you have at least one round trip that you pay for. Sometimes things might be, they might feel like they are too small for a full round trip, but it is still something that you want to address. In that case, I think that one very good tool is you check out their PR, you make the changes yourself, you push those changes, and you tell them in a comment. So you tell them, look, PR was great. There was this thing that I didn't like. I changed it this way. This is my reasoning for it. Thank you for the PR. Send more in the future, or something like that. So you also have that tool. So from that perspective, I think that is. I feel like that thinking about um, working towards you getting PRs that you can merge more easily in the future, that is to me a forcing function that helps you converge towards a balance that is in the end good. That doesn't risk being too nitpicky about details that are not that important. That also doesn't make you avoid bigger overarching discussions that you would otherwise uh, want to tackle. And so in the end, ideally, if this process continues for 2, 3 iterations, and there is and there is what's the word and you and the contributor understand one another well enough, then you iterate you go through this process 1, 2, 3 times, and then the contributor at some point will start ideally sending you PRs that mm, don't require any change, maybe even, or you even might even get to a point where you trust them enough to not even do much due diligence, or maybe even giving them push access to your thing. uh, you start having your own core team. When it comes to other things like the workplace, I think that some of these applies as well. You can apply the same thing that I just mentioned also to the workplace, but I think there are also some more complicating factors, and the, I I wouldn't be able to give you a good you know well-rounded answer, like an optimal answer for that context. I don't know. Okay, so here we have this. Let's build Zine. One more follow up on the multi-line compiler. Sure. I totally agree that C++ support is important. I understand that other language support is not, I would say, is not as important. My question is rather, do you think having Zig syntax like higher level language with GC might be implemented at all, like in 10 years? Why have it? Zig is niche and somebody will need to write a web app, scripts in the browser, etc. Writing this stuff in Zig is programmer time inefficient thing. Um, I would say that feeling that Zig is so much worse than a higher level programming language is an opinion that if you get comfortable with Zig, or not just Zig, I think most other modern lower systems level programming languages, you will find that there is not that much difference. There is a muscle in your brain that you have to grow, quote unquote, that is atrophied if you only do higher level programming, because it's like Neo getting out of the Matrix. Like your eyes hurt because you never use them. Um, but once you get past that initial, you know, pain because you never exercised that capability, that ability, then you find out that it's not really all that bad, or bad at all. So today, if I had the assuming that Zig was a little bit more mature in the ecosystem, like today, for example, if I need to make a serious web server, I would probably use Go. But in not so far future, where Zig has a KeyCast ecosystem um, for web development, like I have essentially the ability to spin up an HTTP server that can be put on the internet, that can do automatically, let's encrypt the renewal and middlewares, the usual stuff. There is no way I'm going back to Go to do that. I'm 100% sticking with Zig. So, and I'm not doing that just because I know it has to be Zig. I'm being a zealot about it. No, I'm saying this strictly from the perspective of finding the shortest path towards having a working solution that is maintainable. So also taking into account the pain that I will have to feel maintaining that thing over time. I do think that Zig software is more maintainable than Go software, even though today I will still prefer Go over Zig if I have to set up like a web server, for example, to have a system to sell tickets for a conference that I'm running. That being said, um, would a higher level programming language with syntax like Zig be nice to have? I don't know. Maybe yes. Should that be something that is in the Zig compiler itself? Probably it doesn't strictly have to be. So I think that this might be nice. It doesn't have to be, though, something that is in the Zig compiler. Like if it's something that has similar syntax and it is higher level, that doesn't mean that it has necessarily much to gain by being in the Zig compiler itself. Maybe. But who knows? In any case, if you want to run something in the browser with Zig today, you can already do it. It's WebAssembly. So yeah, it's not the same as being able to do something like JavaScript directly that runs in the browser. But even then, it's not just possible, right? In the browser, it's only JavaScript, nothing else. I mean, you can have tricks to run other things because people are able to run, for example, Python in the browser, but it's done through a bunch of, sleight of hand tricks, quote unquote, if you will. Um, so yeah, WebAssembly is how you run the code in the browser. Like I can give you an example. Um, I wrote a language server for HTML, and it runs. I compile it to WebAssembly and I run it inside VS Code uh, directly. So it's Zig code running inside of VS Code because it's a WebAssembly blob. The language server is WebAssembly that runs in the editor itself. I haven't bothered putting it anywhere, on the web, but it works. Actually, no. Technically, you can. What is it called? VS Code browser. Like there's a VS Code that runs in the web. This guy, yeah. And when you go to extensions, and I select Super HTML, it runs. Do you trust the publisher, Loris Crow? I don't know, man. Let's say yes for now. Boom, installed. This is a VS Code in the browser. I don't know. Open folder, open files. I don't know. Downloads. Can I? Is that a bad idea? Oh, does it want a directory? Um, I don't know. Okay, this one. Oh, do I need to give it a file? How the fuck does this thing work? What does it expect of me, man? Okay, this file. Are you happy? Okay, can I do like new file? Select a language. Oh, select a language. HTML. Okay. Oh, I think oh my god. Oh my god, it's weird as fuck. Okay, in any case, you get the idea. Sorry, this is a mess. I'm surprised that this is not showing me any error. Why is this not showing me any error? Is for HTML. No, this doesn't have to be like this. Oh no, wait, maybe it is showing me errors and I'm just dumb. Um Oh, yeah, it's not using my language server. But if I set it to Super HTML, does it spin up my HTML? Okay, there is maybe something that is not working as it should. But in any case, yeah, VS Code this stuff is a little bit jank. But in any case, if you download the extension in your normal VS Code, you will see that it runs right away, and you don't need any CLI tool because it runs the WebAssembly blob. Okay. Let's see. Ideally, we could create a code in higher level language where some functions seek for performance and benefits. By the way, there are a few scripting languages that you can find out there that are implemented in Zig and that allow you nice Zig interoperability. As a biased data point, I write little throwaway scripts in Zig pretty often. It's pretty comfy. Yeah. Python, Go, C, and now do a little bit of coding in Zig, and the differences are not as dramatic as I thought. Yeah, same. A scripting language for writing build steps in. What do you not love about the build system API? I'm sure that there is an answer that can be long and full of reasonable points. So for sure. Okay. So everything seems to work. Haven't broken anything. I think we can push. Run test one last time. What's the corresponding issue? Um, this is the forum. This is the dashboard. We'll get there. These are the docs code. So issues. This one, 240. Okay. So this is good. I am gonna stop here. This means that this one, which is a legitimate issue, we're leaving this one open for one more. But yeah, do you have plans for your JSON alternative? I mean, it exists. So the plans are already out there for you to see if you're interested. This is the link. I've been using it for a while in the static site generator. It works. It's not perfect. It's still work in progress. Like the version being 0.1.0, that's not a joke. That's what it is. Um, but I don't know. I'm pretty happy with it. Do you want to improve documentation? I think the documentation is pretty good. I added recently railroad diagrams. So these are also nice. They help you understand things. And I need to implement some, actually, I need to implement some important changes to the grammar. But I'm getting to a point where I can publish the spec for Ziggin. Not Ziggy schema. The schema language is still more work in progress, but I think we can publish a first draft of the grammar. And while it's not yet set in stone, I think we're kind of getting there. So yeah, life is good in that sense. Okay, so I'm stopping the stream here. Thank you everybody for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. I hope you got inspired a little bit to try out um, Radical, maybe Zine. I don't know. Maybe Zig, depending, I don't know, I guess on where you are, or incremental in Zig if you are a Zig user and you haven't had a chance to try out incremental yet. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send you all to this stream. This person is not doing Zig, so usually I send people to more Zig streams, not this time. So this is Sharif Segfaults. That's a nice name for a stream. And this person is coding a memory allocator from scratch. No AI. So I don't know. If anybody here has insight, go lend a hand and be nice. Bye bye, everybody. Have a nice day.